time with each other, but obviously, we've delayed it this year because of the COVID. We may have to just continue in the virtual setting of it, but I want to go ahead and get it on the book. So I am respectfully asking, would Miss Bell, are you on the line yet? No. All right, well, I was going to ask her to be the chairperson. All right, well, we're going to delay this a little bit till we actually have Miss Bell on the phone, on the screen.
That's why I wanted to discuss it before we vote.
You want to discuss before we vote?
No, never mind.
For some reason, Dr. Reynolds, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I said, it's the absence of members is why I wanted to discuss this item before we have a recess.
Sorry, again, I am not understanding what you are saying to me. I'm frustrated.
He said
Sorry.
this is why he wanted to get this done.
Okay. All right, well, we'll come back to the one about the retreat. Does any other board member have any questions you want to bring forward at this point?
Ms. Ziegler, I just wanted to ask that we receive a copy of the recovery plan presentation that was sent. Those of us virtually did not have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boyd is making notation of that, and it will be sent to you.
Thank you.
And the other board members, yes.
Yes, you and all the other board members, of course.
Yes, that's what I want.
Dr. Chestnut and everybody else who is not present right now. We will absolutely, they will get that in the mail to you. Thank you for reminding us.
And just please keep in mind, it's in draft form at this point. There are going to be some more modifications for the.
Did you hear that, Dr. Richardson?
Yes, thank you.
Ziegler, can they also email it if that's possible?
Yes, absolutely. They will do both. You'll get a hard copy in the mail, and they will virtually send it to you.
I want to apologize for the technical difficulties. For some reason, my video accessibility went out. I was on, but you all were not able to see me.
Okay, and I have to say, I'm having a hard time hearing you too.
Maybe if she turns up her volume.
No, that's getting worse.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. Hit it a little bit more.
I have it to the max. I'll just speak up.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Something's not.
Right. Okay, any other board member questions? Go ahead.
Okay, I've got something that just came in, and they deal with the Literacy Act. And so I've not even read these, so I don't know exactly what I'm asking here, but they're concerns. What are the statewide K-3% of students below benchmark as of the latest testing window? Do we know?
Elizabeth's right behind you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't remind me.
I've been a little, luckily, we have Dr. Strichick who is doing that because I've been a little preoccupied the last few weeks. So she has those answers. She could update you with the most current.
Is it the formative data that they're wanting, the most recent benchmark from the fall?
I'll just read it one more time. What are the statewide K-3% of students below benchmark as of the latest testing window?
So I guess summative, we would have it from the prior year, but formative, we have it for fall, and I can send it to you.
Okay.
And formative from last year's in our report that's on the ARI website, but I can send you the fall data that was self-reported in caveat.
Okay. Thank you. And then when will the LTF revisit the assessment list? Since our list was released a year ago, the law says it needs to be reviewed annually.
So the Literacy Task Force has a meeting Tuesday, and that is on their agenda to devise a timeline for that and several other items.
Okay. Schools are looking at purchasing core curriculum prior to adoption, attempting to address needs of so many struggling students.
That's on their list too.
How will it be determined what Alabama can, no, I'm sorry. How soon will it be determined what Alabama considers third grade reading proficiency. Don't we, the board, vote on that?
It's a long process, and I wish Dr. Mackey was here because he would weigh in on it, but Dr. Boyd, would you weigh in on that, please?
Sure. In order to determine grade level reading, first we would have to have the results of an assessment, of the assessment that will be administered. So I think it's important to understand the difference between being proficient and being on grade level reading. So proficiency is done from a statistical format. In other words, you get a set of data, you have the data in quartiles, where you have first quartile, or first 1/4, the second fourth, the third fourth, and the fourth fourth. So a student is proficient when they're scored in the third and the fourth quartile. That's proficiency. Grade level reading is determined totally different. You have to use the results of the assessment that will be administered, which of course is DRC, a Data Recognition Corporation assessment, and then use that information there and look at the statistics, and a group of teachers will align the results of that assessment with the core standards. And of course, the course of study standards are the standards that teachers have to convey to the students. So they'll look at the third grade course of study standards, look at the results of the test, and come up with a raw score that says, aha, this score, it could be a number such as 350. 350 is the grade level proficiency for the third grade.
So we're planning to give the DRC test this spring.
We are planning to give the DRC test this upcoming spring. Keep in mind that federal guidelines require us to have 95% participation rate. With COVID and the way it is now, we're really not sure if we're going to be able to reach that 95% participation rate, nor have we received any guidance in terms of a waiver from the federal government regarding that situation. But yes, Dr. McCarthy, our plan is to move forward with the assessment this coming spring, and then use that information with our committee, or our TAC committee, which is our technical advisory committee, that will give us information on the process of doing this, bring our teachers in together and decide what that third grade reading level score would be.
This is not asked, but part of your answer makes me want to ask this. We give the test, and let's say for COVID reasons, other reasons, we do not have 95% participation. What's our plan B? What do we do?
Well, it depends. It depends on whether you look at it from a state perspective or a federal perspective. We're in the same situation that the other 49 states
Right,
is in.
right.
So I really feel that we'll probably get some guidance from the feds really soon, especially once the administration gets settled in and so forth, and they'll give us some information about that. But considering the percentage of students attending schools across the country, we're nowhere near 95%. So I see some relief and some guidance coming in the next few weeks, maybe the next month or so. Until we get further guidance, we'll move forward, but in all likelihood, it will be impossible for us to reach that 95% participation rate. And this is so important because if you don't reach the 95% participation rate, then school districts get penalized in terms of their grading from the federal government. So it's going to be really important for that, which is why that waiver is so important. So at a state level, it's important for us for numerous different things. Number one, even though we use the data for the report cards, we use data for a lot of different things. So in the event the accountability piece is not in place, it's still going to be important for us to assess our students, because we use the information to help our students. We want to be able to do longitudinal studies and track students from, let's just say, third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade, look at those particular and see how significant the slide was due to COVID. In addition to that, that data will allow us to provide prescriptive professional development for our teachers. If we know that fractions, or if we know that reading fluency is a problem at the third grade, the fourth grade, then we could provide that prescriptive professional development to help our teachers become better professionals. And being better professionals, of course, they'll be able to help our students, and student achievement will go up, which is our ultimate goal.
No, I mean, I agree that the assessment is important. Of course, I'd like to have 95%. I hope the federal government is reasonable with all that, but I also agree that even if we don't get 95%, it can still be very instructional in helping us realize that, what are the biggest issues? What are, how do we then design professional development that targets those weakest issues and that sort of thing. So yes, so I appreciate that. I've got other topics, but if somebody has a question about that, certainly.
Dr. Boyd, I was understanding that the third grade students will get a proficiency score and a grade level score, is that correct?
At this particular point, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
sure
there was
about
been
that.
discussions.
Yeah, there's been some discussions, but I don't know if the final decision was made regarding that particular situation. Dr. Davis, do you know?
I think that's part of what the TAC continues to work through based on what we end up with. You know, if ideally we end up and we're able to give the assessment and we get those scores, they then will build, there's a technical term that y'all are, but with that though, then becomes, once they validate it, get that validation reliability, then they can give both of those, but they don't feel comfortable unless something has changed, giving those two right now without that time to validate what the first year's test scores say. And that's what they need to then give us both scores. Now,
Right.
something could have changed, but that was the last discussion.
And it's
That-
based, yeah, that's right,
Okay.
but it's based on a premise that you cannot make a broad generalization about students or about anything based on one isolated incident or one assessment, which is why it takes two assessments.
And are we this year beginning second grade testing? It's for growth, I think, that's
Right,
my understanding.
right, but we're
But is
doing,
that starting this year?
well, what we're doing is we're doing a formative assessment, so there are 6 different reading companies, or reading testing companies that have submitted a bid to us, and school districts are using one of those particular companies. So with the formative assessment, it allows the teachers, the principals to look at the data from different categories, such as fluency, phonemic awareness, comprehension, just different categories and so forth. But because it's a formative assessment and not summative, it allows the teachers and the central office administrators to provide prescriptive guidance on where changes need to take place. So yes, it's gonna be administered in the second grade, it's administered in the third grade also, but a big test, of course, will be for our students, not this spring, but next spring when they're in the third grade, and whether or not they'll be at reading level, at grade level reading level.
Okay. ESSA,
Ms. Ziegler, this is Wayne. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, much better. Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
I just want to clarify, because of the way the first item on our agenda was carried out and the question by Dr. Richardson, I would prefer we not have discussions as detailed and with as many anecdotal references on reports that we don't have in hand. Those of us who are by WebEx, because I assumed I'd have everything. I want you as vice chair to ensure we have documents before they're discussed.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you hear that he was saying that the board members in virtual would really want these documents that we were presented in person, that they want them in hand during the discussion?
Okay.
I appreciate Dr. Davis and the other presentations, but it's kind of like, it's confusing when we don't have those things in hand. And I don't think it's conducive to being a board member if I don't have the report before me.
Understood.
Understood.
Thank you. We will definitely be stressing that and making sure it does happen. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any more board questions?
I've got another,
Go ahead.
since we're talking about testing,
Sure,
the ESSA plan.
sure.
Part of the ESSA plan added in, I thought it was, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was there all along, but the pre-ACT and the ACT, and we would use that as a measure of growth.
Mhm.
And some of my principals, high school principals, have said and they've talked to the company, the ACT company, and said the pre-ACT is on a different scale, that it only goes up to 32. And trying to show a parent, that this doesn't mean an 18 does not equate with an 18 on the full ACT that you will take your next year. And so the request, my bottom line with this, would be their request is, can we not give the full ACT both years, 10th grade and 11th grade, and then it might be a better measure as far as ESSA and as far as us, right, are concerned to have, you're comparing apples to apples. And they also said that it's much shorter, has fewer questions. And so then, some parents get disappointed if they see that their child did really, really well, let's say on one section when they took the pre-ACT, then when they take the full-blown ACT, their score might go down. And part of it could just be fatigue, that they're just not used to taking a test that is that long. And that maybe by having the full-blown ACT both years, it gives them a better opportunity to learn from their mistakes, to sit through the experience of sitting through the full-blown ACT. So anyway, I'm tossing that out as just something for consideration.
Sure. Well, let me address the first concern of whether or not pre-ACT was part of the ESSA plan. It always was. So a little bit about ESSA. In order for us to collect information from our students, the federal government has required us to administer summative assessments to certain grade levels. That it's a minimum of grades 3 through 8 and at the high school level. So it's part of our report card, our state report card. So some of the performance standards associated with the state report card include student achievement, how well a student has done on a test based on a raw score. And the other one is student growth. Well, in order to determine student growth, you have to have a pre-test and a post-test, hence the ACT pre-test. So with these particular companies, in order for them to have a contract with the state of Alabama, or any state for that matter, they have to show and they have to have a reputation of showing that their test is a good test. And how do we measure good? Good is measured by reliability and validity. So validity is how accurate the test is. So they have to go through pilot studies and go through all this to show that the test is accurate and measures what it's supposed to be measured. The reliability of a test deals with its consistency over a period of time. So if a student takes a test 1 week and takes that same test 2 or 3 weeks, the results of the test will be somewhere in line statistically. There would be a statistical significant difference between the two. So DRC, ACT, and some of the other companies we've used in the past, such as Scantron, the Alabama, the APT, and all these different tests, all of those tests have to prove that they were statistically reliable and valid. Well, ACT has proven this not just for Alabama, for other states. So they determined that the best way to do a pre-ACT is to do it this particular way. Maybe it's from 0 to 32 and the full ACT is from 0 to 36. I will check or contact someone from ACT to determine whether or not it is 32. But I want you to understand that, I mean, this is a very, very lengthy process, and it's not just a random situation where a company doesn't do the research and the statistics behind it. It's a valid, reliable system that they use to assure us that if a student makes a 25 on the ACT, it corresponds to a 25. But I'll check to see what's the difference between the pre-ACT and the ACT and send it to, communication.
And it may
right,
just
and
be
to
a
all the board members.
communication with our counselors and our
And maybe
career
it is,
coaches.
maybe it is.
That we need to show that they're on two different scales, but this equates with this.
Absolutely.
And just, something, just make sure that we're communicating and answering their questions, so that when a parent calls up and doesn't understand, that they know how to address those issues.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Dr. Boyd, Wayne Reynolds, I have a question.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Why are we not just giving the ACT twice? I'm a statistician and I know correlation studies exist, but why are we bothering to give 2 different tests? Because we can easily ascertain progress if we're using the same instrument. I don't understand why we're not just using the ACT both times and affording our students practice and data which would apply specifically to this matter. Why are we avoiding giving the ACT twice?
Well, and Dr. Reynolds, we are giving the ACT twice, just one is called a pre-ACT, the other one is called the ACT. So it's Dr.
If we're
McCarthy.
calling a different name, it's a different test. The PSAT is not the same as an ACT, as I would interpret what Dr. McCarty just referenced.
Right, so what I'll do is I'll contact ACT, the company, and find out what the differences are and send a response to you and the other board members as what are the differences. And I'll also ask the question, why not use the exact same one? But keep in mind, in order for them to meet the requirements of the federal government as a summative assessment at the high school level, they had to prove to them that this is how we would calculate, or how they would calculate growth, and how they would calculate achievement. So it met that particular standard there, but I will find out why it's not the exact same test between the two and share it with you all in writing.
Okay.
I think
As
they're also,
additional input, we encourage, and in several of my systems, students to take the ACT after even as early as their freshman year to begin getting benchmarks, especially for our gifted students, to move forward. And I think that as responsible state board members, we're talking about FAFSA and all these other things. We need to give them data to encourage their progress toward educational experiences beyond secondary levels.
one of the things I want to throw in, remember that we're calling it the pre-ACT, but it's no longer now it's the early high school ACT. And so one thing is it's developmentally designed for students in 9th and 10th grade, whereas the ACT is developmentally designed for students in 11th and 12th grade. And remember that we have to measure high school growth according to ESSA. And so one of the issues is if you give, there's students, as Dr. Reynolds says, are going to score really well as freshmen. I mean, there's some students that score really well in 7th grade on it. But most students, it's designed so that the early high school assessment is really for 9th and 10th graders, and the regular ACT is for older students. So, and Dr. Boyd said, we'll get with them and see what the difference would be, but how you calculate growth would be different, since one is calibrated for younger students than the other. And the other thing I will tell you that cost goes in. I think the early high school test is around $20 a student, and the ACT is around $50 a student. So it does change our request. Not saying we couldn't ask.
Many of our students are taking the ACT regularly. The average or above average students are already paying that difference. We can save them money if we offer them the option. And I know that there are correlation studies that will accommodate the difference in the design of the test. I don't think that we should say that the ACT is not a test designed or appropriate to interpret for 9th to 10th graders. I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Before we go on, caller number 5 is Miss Bell. So may we get her on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, Miss Bell, can you hear us? Miss Bell?
Can you hear me now?
Now we
Yes.
can. Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. We just want to
Thank
make
you
sure
so
we
much.
got everybody on. Are there any
I
other,
appreciate-
I'm sorry.
I just said I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Are there any other, excuse my throat. Are there any other questions from the board members before we go back to item A? Do you have any more
Well,
questions?
sure,
Well,
but I don't
go for
want
it.
to dominate if other people have questions.
Do you have a question?
I'm just listening and learning. I have no
Okay,
questions.
listen and learn away. And if anybody else has a question, we'll interrupt Dr. McCarty. Go ahead.
Please do. Okay, a request. I know the governor did her budget. We did our budget request. The governor has come out with her budget. Can we have a side-by-side of the two to compare?
Yes, and I'll get you one. I will get you one right now. I thought we had already sent that to y'all, but I will.
Did you get it?
I didn't get one.
No.
No, sir. But thank you, it was on my.
No,
Okay.
It's on my desk. I know there's a copy on my desk because Andy got me one, so. I'll just go
Okay.
get some.
And he'll be able to
Copies
send it
and
to
send it
the,
Yeah.
Yes.
all right. Board members, virtual, it will be coming to you as well. All right, number 2?
And then
Or
with regards to the budget, I've gotten many phone calls, is Sandy still here? About the absence of funding for TIRs, teachers and residents. That has been very impactful at every school that I've been into, and seeing the data wall and seeing the interaction with the math coaches and the teachers and the success of the students compared with other schools that did not have that. So whatever we can do to support that, it hurt my heart that it was zeroed out. So anything we can do to support that effort, in support of these PIRs, and of course the CALP stipends. We want to help our young readers and to have the very best assistance and expertise that they can possibly have. And we hate right now, we're losing so many to private practice because they just can't make as much money working in a public school. And so whatever we can do to support that. So,
I'm with you on both, all the way. Having a lot of conversations about them. But I would just say, certainly talk to your legislators, and you and
Right.
Senator Orr have represent some of the same space, and he'll start the budget, so. And we've been having those conversations.
well, excellent. Well, thank you. And then career tech, Dr. Hall, I don't want to scare you, but, this whole, I guess when I started digging into the Department of Labor and saw their high demand, high income, high growth jobs and occupations, are our career tech offerings aligned with those? Do we like constantly update what we're offering and providing in alignment with that?
Yes, so the CLNA, which is a document that the local systems do to get their Perkins funds allocated to their system, in our state plan, they are supposed to be aligning the local programs with the high demand, high wage jobs either in their county, big enough city, could be the city, certainly the workforce region, and potentially the state. And so the way that list works is if the occupation shows up, I believe, on 3 of the individual workforce regions list, then it's a statewide high demand, high wage job. So yes, we're working hard to do that, and that's what the systems are supposed to be doing. And if they don't, then that's when the CLNA goes back to them, and they have some work to do, and it comes back. So that was, I think we had a couple of situations where we had a delay. We got a question from one of the board members back in the fall, but it was addressed and taken care of. But
Now,
yes,
CLNA,
yes.
please explain. what that
Comprehensive
is.
Local Needs Assessment.
Okay,
And so that document has to do with all the CRIs that are pursued, the programs that are pursued, all that stuff has to align with high demand, high wage throughout the state.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that you're on it.
Okay. Keep going until I stop you.
Keep going.
Okay, this is a general question, and I thought about bringing it up in the actual board meeting, but I didn't want to slow down what we did, and I didn't want one of the schools that we were voting on to be targeted or to feel targeted. So this is a general question. When we, and Jane, you're here, yay, Dr. Margaret. So when we approve college programs, like we did this morning, is part of, when it's a recommendation, is part of the analysis that we do also looking at enrollment numbers? You know what I mean? Is it like, especially if it's a renewal, because, and I'll give you an example of why I'm asking this. AIC does systematic reviews all the time. Right now, the economics major at Jacksonville State is under a review, as are many majors across the state. If you can't show that you have at least 8 graduates a year over a 3-year average, then you are very likely to lose that major. And so what I'm asking about for the enrollment is, especially with some of our smaller colleges, when we get specific into a specific area, what was it today, like alternative elementary education, and so it's not the broad elementary ed, it's a specific one. do we feel confident before we bring that forward that we are going to have at least 8?
No, we
No,
do not do any enrollment information. If we did, if we required, we've talked with AIC about this, if we set a floor, we would eliminate most secondary education programs in this state, except at 2 or 3 institutions. We would eliminate physics, all of our languages other than English, chemistry, math at some institutions, English language arts at some institutions. Our premise has been, and the board's has been, these are the standards you must meet to prepare teachers of whatever. If your institution can document that you meet the standards, then you have the program available if students choose to enroll. And of course, for the secondary programs, and music and art and theater, there's a close relationship between colleges of arts and sciences and the College of Education. We could, if we eliminated the programs that had fewer than 8 students enrolled at any time, there would not be a cost savings to the institution, which is one of the things that AIC is looking at in terms of the academic disciplines. So we have talked over time about a formula, a rolling formula and that kind of thing. And we said if the institution puts the finances into having, for example, 3 faculty members with earned doctorates to prepare elementary teachers, and if Judson College is willing to do that, or Spring Hill College, or the University of Mobile, or Talladega College, if they will put the financial resources to get the people and the coursework and so on, then if they can graduate 2 or 3 a year who are quality teachers and will teach in Alabama, we want them to be able to do so.
but would AIC then review them and shut them down?
I doubt it.
And so, Dr. Meyer, forgive me for not knowing this, but, so when we review a program, like let's say that, University X decides they want to start offering physics. For them to be able to offer secondary ed physics, they would have to have 3 faculty
No.
members.
No, ma'am, it's
in
one.
physics.
Elementary and early childhood required 3 faculty members with earned doctorates in the discipline to provide the Class B program. For the secondary programs, history, math, etc., it is 1 faculty member with an earned doctorate. But they also have to have the coursework that meets your State Board of Education standards. That has just been changed. Remember, it was 3219, now it's 30.
Right.
So they've got to provide the coursework frequently enough that somebody can graduate in a reasonable amount of time. But early childhood and elementary are very expensive programs for our institutions to provide, because think of all the subjects that an elementary teacher teaches. And it's unlikely that one person, one faculty member has that breadth of knowledge. But we don't bring them to you until they've met your standards. And now, some of them are approved with conditions for 3 years. Some are approved for 7 years because they've met all of the standards. But we're very careful in the ones we bring to you. And for example, Talladega College is on the agenda later today. We're bringing to you a recommendation to approve half the programs they've been providing because the other half didn't meet the board standards. And so we're very careful about that, but there is no minimum number of students.
Well, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I've had questions about that for a
I was
while.
gonna say, that
And
was
I
very
feel
clear.
like I
Thank
just
you.
had a wonderful presentation. So
Well, while
thank
you're
you.
standing there, do you want to do number 3? No, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay, CTE, you know, I love the rubrics. We're the rubric people for the math textbooks. They did an awesome job. My hat's off to them. Thank you, everybody that was involved with that. I'm so proud of those rubrics and so happy that they are out to those people who need them and wanted them the most. So thank you so much. But then I looked at the CTE rubrics for textbooks and the measurement was different. You know, so for what, like we said, strong for math was 3.5 to 4. And then, but strong, where it says exceeds, expectations, started at a 3. And then moderate was a 2. And so why the change in the grading system?
Let's see.
Do you want me to?
Do you know you're familiar with that? Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Davis,
Yes, let me just.
don't fall on your
Just a
purse.
few, I know, just a few things here.
You can come right around here.
Yeah, you can sit in the governor's seat.
Oh, so just quickly, when we started looking at the big overall picture, that's something that we will continue to streamline as we continue to move forward. Because remember, in the past, this is only the second time that CTE has done when they just did all of it at one time. And now we'll have, I think, 5 programs today present. So those are some of the things that as we move forward, we are streamlining. The qualifiers will be the same, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So as much as possible, because we may run into, a STEM book that there's something different that we couldn't, but we would be able to have that and explain. We did look at it and talk about it when we added those additional rubrics for math, and what we felt like based on the ones that they had looked at and that they were recommending and for approval, that there was enough information there that as we move forward, that we will streamline it more. So there's no magical answer as to why, because again, with us both, we are both pretty new to this, and so we don't know why it was done in the past. And we also have to realize that CTE did this one time for all of their clusters. So now that we're piecing those things together. So yes, ma'am, that's the truth.
I don't know if you heard him, he said 08.
08, okay. So,
That's a long
Yeah.
time.
but
Well, thank you. When I looked, it was a bit
Yeah.
surprise.
Oh, yes.
With a different, scale.
it was.
Okay.
Well, and the last thing, and this is just a request as well, that I appreciate, I know the board asked very much for a voice in improving the textbook law. I think many of us felt like that, we did not have a voice, like with the rubrics, right? That we couldn't submit the rubrics till the bond money came out, till like 15 signatures had been made, and that we felt like, or I won't speak for everybody else, I'll only speak for me, I felt like it could be much improved over the current textbook law. And so I suppose, what I would request is that we have opportunities to talk about what are our biggest grievances with the current process, and then what possible solutions, and they'll have pros and cons, I'm sure, but possible solutions going forward, right? And so, what would we really like to see? And I think one thing overall is more involvement on the front end. And at least that's from me, and I can't
Right.
speak for anybody else.
And I'm gonna piggyback on you, because we know that, hang on, a brain moment is coming. Representative Garrett, and then there's a companion companion bill by, Senator Melson. But we should have been involved in because we were sort of the ones that were questioning and wanting to know more, to be absolutely 100% involved in the input to which this would make the new bill or revision or whatever, centered around the intent that the board had, be it whatever. So I have to say that I don't support the bill as it is, because it really does not include the board at all in its verbiage, and I think that we are a vital component in this. So that's me speaking.
I will comment, Senator Melson is my senator, and I had no input before the legislation was drafted or since, and having input as an elected state board of education member in the revision of law. Dr. Mackey, did we actually develop some points that we wanted in the legislation to forward to the legislative body or not?
Well, so we have taken, I mean, obviously, over the last 3 months, we've listened to the concerns board members had about there being, and the main concern, I think, or a big part, I won't say the main concern, was using more than just the standards to do the comparisons, to do comparisons that were broader than just comparing textbooks to the standards. And we did take that to, I know Jessica's met with Mr. Garrett. I don't know if she's talked to Mr. Melson, but to try to get something started. Now that is early in the process, and I know she has heard from some board members, Jessica has, and would like to talk to all of you over the next several days about input, about what you would like to see it look like. I would say it's a good thing that you've got these legislators who are also paying attention to the board's discussion and saying, we want to make the process better. So let's take the opportunity to work with them, I think. But, you know, I know one of the things Dr. McCarty and I have talked about additionally is like the rubrics. When would the rubrics be released? So could they be released upon approval by the board rather than after the governor signs the contract? So, and she brought that up to me, and I've talked to a lot of people in the building and outside about what the issue would be, why that language is in there. Well, I got the history, so that the legislature has it set up that way, so that when the rubrics are done, but before the governor signs the contracts, that the vendors cannot try to renegotiate their price or maybe back out of the deal before the governor inks the deal with them, that they agree they will publish this book as the board's approved it for 7 years and not change the price. The concern was that once they saw the rubric and how well they scored or how poorly they scored, that they might not want to do that. Now, that being said, as long as everybody understands that's the concern, if the board still says, no, we would like the law to be changed to say the rubrics get released as soon as approved by the board, we're fine with that. We just need to know the history and why the law is there and kind of, that, so we have a full discussion about it. But I think if that's a big consideration, the hard part is, of course, things move so fast over there. Things change daily. They change sometimes multiple times a day, and it's very difficult to get, to always stay ahead of that. But I know that, I think Jessica's I know she's talked to some of you, and would be glad to talk to everybody. Probably the easiest thing is in one-on-one discussions about, what do you see as the benefits? What would you like to see changed? What's kind of the bigger issue for you than the other? But anyway, I think that's where we.
Yeah, Ms. Bell? Ms. Bell, is that you?
Yes, this is Stephanie Bell. I do have some suggestions, and no, Jessica has not contacted me. We all received that Bruce email, but I have some major concerns regarding this legislation, and I've already contacted legislators, and I'd like to encourage Dr. Reynolds to do the same, since one of them actually lives in his district. I think it's important for the board, because we can talk about rubrics all day long, but this legislation, the changes that are made, and Jason can take notes to share with Jessica if she's not there. I don't see her in the room. But if she is, this is what I would recommend on page 1, where it says this bill would authorize the state superintendent to convene other instructional materials review committees. Of course, we need to know what that means. To review and rate varying, and I'm sure the rating is the rubrics that you're discussing, but it says this bill would also authorize the state superintendent of education to establish evaluation criteria. There's no mention of the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education ultimately is responsible, and the State Board of Education is not mentioned on page 2, where it says it says the, state textbook committee shall also consider any recommendations made by the state courses of study, upon the approval is not in there, upon the approval of a statewide course of study by the State Board of Education. It just says, or by the state superintendent of education. Of course, that needs to be brought out. The state superintendent is being given unprecedented authority. The State Board of Education is pretty much left out. On page 3, it just says one of these 8 members shall be appointed from each of the current, it says 7 United States congressional districts for Alabama. As we know, they changed the law a long time ago. We don't have our districts aligned with the 7 U.S. congressional districts. We have our own districts, and there are 8 of us. So that needs to be changed. And then it says, okay, then it goes down on that same page. You need to put in, again, a correction for the districts. And it says that shall be recommended by the state superintendent. These 9 additional members shall have educational knowledge. So you're adding people to a committee. You're giving the state superintendent unprecedented right now, even more authority than what he has without the board's involvement at all. I mean, it goes on and on and on, where we have on page 4, no, I wouldn't recommend necessarily any changes there, but it's a continuation of what I've already mentioned. And then it says that you need to put in, it says it shall be a misdemeanor. What kind of a misdemeanor on page 5? Class C? And then on page 5 at the bottom, strike the part, anyone found guilty of doing so shall be fined, not exceeding. Anyway, according to the maximum fines, take out the fine, because the fine may change when the other laws have changed, and that happens all the time when we are dealing with penalties and criminal penalties in particular. But so that you're not stuck back in the whatever, now it'd be the 2020. But then it goes down, it says, again, you need to add the committee may also be called to meet, instead of just at the request of the superintendent, it needs to be, the committee may also be called to meet at the direction of the State Board of Education by and through the state superintendent. The State Board of Education is the authority. The State Board of Education is the governing body. We need to meet, we're not even mentioned. And I don't know whether this was a law that was written pre-primary, but it goes down on that same page 6 where it needs to be changed. The other necessary meetings shall be held as determined by the state textbook committee or upon the call of the chair. And then it says the state superintendent. You need to add, or the State Board of Education. Again, on page 7, there are changes where it needs to be, the State Board of Education needs to be included. As a matter of fact, and other criteria as approved, and this is an underlined section, as approved by the State Board of Education, not the State Superintendent of Education, but it should be the State Board of Education. That's one of our constitutional responsibilities. On page 8, we need to emphasize high quality in the educational resources. And then again, the course of study for which textbooks are being, again, you align it and it's mentioned, but that's another section on page 8 that's underlined. It needs to be reviewed more closely for the content of that new section. And then just completely strike out most of page 10, because it's an entirely new added section to the code. And it doesn't align with what is there, but it also, and on page 11, it also changes some things without actually being specific as far as the changes. I'd be very careful about validating something that is that extensive. But again, board members should be very concerned that we are really pretty much, if not completely, cut out of this process. And the additions are pretty much designed, if you read them, to do so. So those are my comments. It's on video now, so if Jessica needs to go back, it's on record publicly, and I stand by them. And I, again, emphasize the State Board of Education. We can talk about rubrics, but if we're not a part of the changes, and it's all solely given to the state superintendent, whether it's Dr. Mackey or someone in the future, then we will be blamed as a board, but we cannot really say that we're ultimately responsible except for the hiring of that person who's given that authority, which is not the case now. The state board needs to keep that authority. We need to have some more authority given to us, as a matter of fact, in this decision-making process in order to be sure that what we vote on has input from our constituency at all levels, parents, teachers, principals, superintendents, and of course, students. But that's my position. It needs to be changed drastically. And yes, Dr. Reynolds, I think you need to talk to your legislator.
Yes, Ms. Bell, if you would send me that annotated discussion, I agree with you, both the chairman and the vice chairman, Senator Gavan and Senator Butler, are close friends of mine in my proximity. And I would agree with you that these changes seem to be a legislative way to implement what failed with Constitution Amendment 1 when they attempted to dissolve our State Board of Education. This is essentially legislating removal of the state board from many of these activities that we've traditionally had leadership roles in. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions, or before I go back to when we wish to discuss the retreat, anybody else? You good? Okay.
May I?
Oh, go
Thank
back.
you. Yes.
You're allowed to go back.
Thank you.
Okay. As I sort of precluded, but I'm going to repeat myself because I'm not sure Ms. Bell was on. We're bringing up the retreat because it is a requirement. We have given it a pause because of COVID, but it's time, especially with our two brand new members, to bring it back and move forward with our retreat. I want to say that, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, that Miss Bell was very positive in talking about the retreats and getting them implemented and what good they do for us as far as bringing us together. So I just wanted to bring that up because sometimes things have a tendency to get away from us, and I wanted to bring it back to the front. And so I am going to ask if Miss Stephanie Bell would take over as the retreat coordinator. Miss Bell, would you be willing to take that on?
Certainly, I would be honored to, and I appreciate the opportunity. And yes, this was something, when I served the second time as the vice president, I felt like it was extremely important for the board to have this in the administrative code. And certainly Dr. Richardson, who was the interim at the time, agreed. And since we had served together originally when he was the state superintendent, it was a very easy process to go through and think how this needed to be done. Because he had experience with the board, and it was a very positive experience as well. The point of the retreat was especially for the new members, and we used to do this, where we had an orientation, and the members the veterans, I'll call them, had the opportunity to also, and I think it was well attended, if not most of them attended. We were able to have an orientation. It was really a retreat. And the whole goal of it should be for us to get to know each other better as far as working together and having discussions other than policy discussions at the table. However, one of the things that I would like for us to do is to actually have our own strategic plan, which is a common practice among all state boards across the country. Now, we've heard mention of the department's strategic plan, and that's not a problem, but the board needs to have its own, and we even need to have our own mission statement, which is also done across the country with boards, and it's very helpful. It's we have one with the department that can be cohesive, and they should be, obviously. But the board, as I've seen recently through legislative means and otherwise, has actually had its power diminished. And we just have to be the ones to take it back. And as a board, people expect that. And I think that the vote in March was very clear in that our constituents want to have an elected board, and they very much appreciate the representation. And it's important to have, to them especially, to have that voice. It's not the same in all states. Some are appointed, some are a combination. And Dr. McCarty has attended the NASB meeting, and and that's another thing I'd like to recommend for new members. It's just it's a nice way to meet others from across the country. We have not had one this year because of COVID. Everything's because of COVID. But I think as we move forward, yes, Mr. Ziegler knows that this is an important thing. We need to have one shortly after you all are sworn in, and thankfully and congratulations, you're here. And we look forward to working with you. I've heard great things about all of you, and actually the whole board. So anyway, that's where we are. We need a place, a time, and as we look to the future, it can be virtually if you want it sooner rather than later. It can be, we had one of our retreats at a location in Talladega County that was at that time owned by and it still is, owned by the two-year colleges in the state of Alabama. But that was early on, and of course the state board had the authority over the two-year colleges at the time. We also had one at First Baptist Church right down the street, and they were very gracious, and it's still open, that invitation for us to meet there. It's best to actually have a meeting away from Gordon Persons, not because of any reason except that we can sit on a couch and we can actually talk. We've had one at the Wild Federation building near Millbrook, and that was a wonderful opportunity as well. They opened it up. It was a new venture for them, but the facility was very nice and they were very gracious. So there are all sorts of places, all sorts of ways that we can meet, and that's really up to you and your time and what you would prefer. But I recommend, this is for the board, and we can add things to the list. Again, this first one would be more for orientation, and you've probably had a lot of that recently with our department. I understand you've been meeting with Dr. Mackey and others, and I'm sure you have all of your cards that you need to get in the parking deck. But that's really the gist of it, Mrs. Ziegler, is what the board wants to do at this point, any dates that you would recommend and all the board members would suggest, and how it works as far as what kind of staff we would need. We can bring in or have available virtually individuals from NASB who can help us with things like strategic planning for free. That's part of our membership. You don't have to pay. So it's all of those things, but it is different serving on a state board versus local boards. They're different things. We don't hire, obviously, teachers and so forth. But we do have a lot of authority that we're not taking advantage of, and I think that's what we need to hopefully key in on.
Well, thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to pipe in?
This is Wayne. I'd like for us to look at a tentative date. August would be late for me. April, May, June would work for me. I think with the COVID immunizations, not shots, immunizations, I should make it possible for us to meet together. And I think if it's going to be viable, I'd like to meet the two new members. I'm planning to come next month and be in person. It's very difficult to be in virtual versus being together. I think it would benefit us, and I agree with Ms. Bell that we need to do it sooner rather than later, but we need to put it as an agenda item or a date specific. Welcome Ms. Bell making some suggestions.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Anybody else? Dr. Chestnut, Dr. Richardson? We're good? All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Chestnut, you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hear me now? is it possible to consider some tentative dates today, maybe 2 or 3 options? It is my intention to be in person next month, but I would love if we had an opportunity to, reserve specific dates.
Okay,
Uh,
Ms. Bell,
Yes,
did you
I think
hear
that's
them?
yes, I did. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we do have, as you know, you already mentioned the administrative code. There are certain requirements that are in there that the board has already approved as far as deadlines for meeting for a retreat, and that's where we really, in order to comply with our own requirements, our own administrative code requirements, we need to have something before those dates, or we can waive it and then have it as close to those requirements. We're supposed to have 2, as you mentioned, a year. And they're also helpful. The goal was to make it helpful in addressing potential legislation and to discuss what, if anything, has passed, which of course there will be, it sounds like a lot to discuss in the second retreat in the legislature. So anyway, that's really kind of spelled out for us to a certain extent.
Yes, I'm also in favor of us getting dates outlined. My immunization should have kicked in by April, so up by then. I got my first vaccination yesterday, so I should have full immunity.
Ms. Bell, why don't you, if you don't mind, maybe come up with a few dates and send them out to us, and then we can just sort of come back with a response, if that's okay with you.
Well, this is what I'm going to do as a response. If the board members could, just as Dr. Richardson has done, submit several suggestions as far as what you see. April, because for the same reasons, will be probably a good time for me. But let's do that. Let's just all board members submit some dates, and we'll see how they align.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and agree with Ms. Richardson, and April sounds good to me. Let's move ahead.
Well, that's what Stephanie will have to do. Okay,
Well, we can do it together. Just submit some dates that look good for you, and then we'll see how they all work.
Thank
in
you.
April.
Meeting April.
Thank you.
all right, thank you very kindly. I think we've concluded our number 2. Not bad. Number 3 is the resolution to approve educator preparation programs, Talladega. Dr. Meyer, is there anything you need to add, or are we good to
No,
go?
we reviewed the programs and determined that these meet the standards for conditional approval.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we can group 9, 10, 11, and 12 together and then go back and do that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, board members, please, I apologize, but if you look at agenda numbers 9, 10, 11, and 12, we just want to go ahead and approve those to be moved forward because of, they're just sort of self-explanatory, and then we can just go ahead and focus on number 4. Is that all right?
I move we take your suggestion and move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Will they be here next month? Do we know?
They'll be here only, so 9, 10, 11, and 12 deal with the art show.
Oh, I know.
Normally, we would have lunch today with them,
Right.
but can't do it. So these 2 winners will be with us remotely
Remotely.
next
Okay,
month.
thank you.
And so they'll only be remote, and then 11 is a general resolution for everybody else.
Right.
And then, of course, 12 is because it's Art Education Month. So we would normally have all of those regional winners too, that's really nice. But because it would be so difficult to have that many on the Zoom, and we couldn't bring all of them in and do any kind of social distancing in there. So what Mr. Meadows worked out is we would have the 2 of them on the WebEx call.
Okay.
And then the others, it is different this year because they would not even let us display
I
the
know.
art in the Capitol. Of
But
course,
I
nobody
walked
could have
through.
seen it anyway.
Not even in there, it's so sad.
So they've done some online displays. We will, as we usually do, take the winners and put them up in the hallway on the 3rd floor. and we do some social media with that too, which is good for the students. And then the other thing we're missing, of course, is the music programs.
Oh,
As
I
you know,
know.
we normally do in February and March. We have every Thursday a musical program in
That's so sad.
the Rotunda, but we're not able to do that this year. So,
Okay.
so it's very pared down, but this will be all we have for this year.
But we will
And
boost
we'll be
it back
back.
up for
We'll be
next year,
back.
because that is one of my favorite things to do. Okay, moving on, resolution of adoption of ELA course of study. Who is doing it? Oh, Dr. Boyd, carry on.
Dr. Boyd, you're gonna do the introduction, and then we have guests who are with us here to do those presentations.
Are they here in person or on Zoom?
They're in-
In person.
I'll ask Dr. Mangieri to come up.
Well, there you go.
Thank you. Do y'all want a restroom break? He probably wanted a break.
No,
You
we're
want
gonna
to
keep on going, and anybody who needs to do a restroom break, just get up and move, because it's gonna be a long day. As you know, if you let us go, we don't come back. Caught.
Go ahead, Dr. Jerry. So, Dr. Gary, of course, is the superintendent of Tuscaloosa City. He started there back in 1996. He started there as actually an English teacher. Then became assistant principal, then a principal, then a director of human resources, and then assistant superintendent. Now he's the superintendent. He's been a very active superintendent working with our course of study. We're fortunate to have him here. Introducing you, Dr. Michael Daria.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
Thank
Dr. Mackey, board members, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. I'm here with the English Language Arts Course of Study Committee, and a couple of them are here in person and a couple are virtually. Our hope is to walk through the course of study at the concept level so that you get a sense of the standards and the vision and some of the philosophies in this. And I'll say this in my opening remarks, but you will see, as you know, we have amazing educators in our schools throughout this entire state. And Dr. Mackey, Dr. Boyd, and everybody at the state put together a really talented team to do this work. And it was just a real privilege to be able to work with them. The ELA Course of Study Committee is comprised of talented and knowledgeable individuals from across our state. We are fortunate on this committee to be represented very well by the members of this committee, which is comprised of teachers, school leaders, and community and business leaders. And that was a really great mix of individuals and representations so that we could really build strong standards. The committee spent countless hours researching, deliberating, and discussing these standards with the goal of making sure we have excellent standards that prepare all students for college and career. This committee also found itself operating during a pandemic. And while the intent was to get started with physical meetings, this committee did all of its work virtually. And that's not just having meetings, it's deliberations and research together and revisions. And they did it extremely well. We're immensely appreciative of the Alabama Learning Exchange and especially Haley Ridgway for providing all the support and expertise in technology. And a special thanks to the Alabama Reading Initiative staff who were very instrumental in facilitating grade level discussions. This course of study is grounded in research and is based on what Alabamians identify as important for all students to succeed in a global economy and society. Our committee leaders will now walk you through the vision and the standards and the conceptual framework. And we will start with Alyssa.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Stites-Eichner. I am an assistant principal and former English teacher serving in Monroe County currently and also a committee member. As the committee met to draft this course of study, we saw the whole world shift. However, what never shifted with us and what never wavered was our commitment to serve the students of Alabama. Early on, the committee discussed the need for a change and place our focus on the students and the students at the forefront of education. Our vision in the development of these standards has been to reach the whole child by providing a comprehensive foundation in all forms of communication, including reading, listening, writing, and speaking. By fostering both abstract and critical thinking, students will have the skills necessary to promote lifelong learning. Throughout this process, we stay dedicated to addressing the needs of all students through research-based decision-making, taking into consideration the findings of research, such as the science of reading. We ensured that these standards, beginning in kindergarten and working towards 12th grade, are vertically aligned to prevent any gaps or potential misinstruction. The committee was dedicated to the future, lifelong success of our students. By designing standards that enhance post-secondary preparation, students will be ready for any academic or workforce opportunities that may be in their future. As we witness 2020 unfold from our own schools and our own classrooms, efficiency in technology became a major visionary goal of this committee. This document ensures that all students across Alabama are equipped with the skills needed to master new and ever-changing technologies and their related literacies, needed to receive and express thoughts and ideas. The layout and evolution of this document ensures skills are scaffolded throughout the grades using the Alabama Literacy Act to ensure a solid reading foundation is established to foster lifelong learning. With these standards, all children from all backgrounds and ability levels in Alabama schools will gain the necessary communication skills in reading, listening, writing, and speaking to build lifelong learning habits, ensuring the opportunity for success for our students throughout their entire lives.
Hey, so this is our conceptual framework graphic. Oh, and I'm Candace Byers. I teach at Edenville Middle School in St. Clair County, and I teach 7th grade English language arts. And so I worked on this part of our committee as well as developing some standards for the middle grades. But our conceptual framework graphic really illustrates the goal of our course of study, which is to make sure that all of our students are to achieve English language literacy.
A little louder.
Okay. And so we came up with 4 isolated skill sets, so reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And they're not meant to obviously be separate, they're meant to work together and be fluid and be connected. And within that, we have our communication component, which is the reception and expression. And we really spent a lot of time deciding on what we wanted to call those. We tossed around, a few different words there, but we settled on reception and expression because we felt those really represented what reading and listening and writing and speaking do. And we considered all grade levels when we were looking at this image as well, because we have, from kindergarten with the literacy foundations all the way up until 12th grade. And so the literacy foundations are really important. We did base our standards and align our standards with the Alabama Literacy Act, and this is really the foundation and base for that. So included in the early grade bands with the standards in the Alabama Literacy Act, we have the scientifically based reading instruction, oral language development, phonological awareness, phonics instruction that includes decoding, encoding, fluency, writing, vocabulary, comprehension. The only thing that was not included was multisensory language, and that's because we felt that was more of a curriculum and not a standard. We also leaned heavily on the science of reading research, and we used the progressions and resources from letters. We did take into account a simple view of reading as well as Scarborough's rote. So for the reception component, the yellow band encompasses reading, which incorporates literacy foundations all the way up into the more intricate skills for interpreting and analyzing written materials. And then the listening, which involves active listening in order for students to collaborate and respond to one another. And then on the expression, the orange band, that encompasses writing and speaking. And so the writing component begins, at the basic level with mechanical skills like handwriting, and then moves to composing more difficult and intricate text for various formats. And then the speaking would include verbal and nonverbal communication for a variety of audiences and purposes. And then looking again at the conceptual framework as a whole, I want to talk about the graphic in the center, which really represents the heart of our course of study and the mission. The books and the tablets represent the multiple medias that literacy is going to be achieved through our course of study. And then the mortarboard and the state of Alabama represent the goal of English language literacy for all Alabama graduates.
We took into account, my name is Kim Hargett, and I am a regional literacy specialist for Region 2 with the Alabama Reading Initiative, and I'm also a CALT, a dyslexia therapist as well. So we took into account lots of research. I feel like we researched and used lots of resources for our course of study. So we looked at the Alabama Reading Initiative modules. We also looked at the Alabama Dyslexia Resource Guide, making sure that we were thinking about those children that were dyslexic, special needs children. We looked at special education services and talked with them about how our alignment would affect them. We also worked, there were people on our committee that were from the workforce that gave us guidance. And then I used a lot, I worked a lot in the K-3 area, and I relied very heavily on my letters training. I went through all of it. I'm actually a letters facilitator as well. So as you can see, my manual is just, tabbed and it's almost worn out. This has so many good resources for scopes and sequences of reading, spelling, everything. It takes into account Aries phases. It does, I could go on and on about the letters modules, how they, worked to help me. Also, we took into account expert reviews, and that was instrumental in a lot of the changes that we made. So when we came up with the standards, a draft form, and it was nowhere near ready, really. I mean, we felt like it was a draft form, and we knew it needed revisions. Then we took those expert reviews, and they gave us a lot of good feedback. It was really helpful to take those reviews and make it better. And so, because when you're doing the work, there's just so much to think about. And so we did take into account lots of research and resources.
I am Lacey Holden, and I am a literacy specialist in Hoover, Alabama. Prior to that, I was a first and second grade teacher. So I worked a lot with the K-3 as well, alongside Kim. And we took it, like she said, we used all the research that we had out there, all the most up-to-date, best teaching strategies. We considered expert reviews of our current standards, as well as the standards that we were drafting. We looked at the strengths and weaknesses of what we currently have in place so that we could build upon that in creating our new draft. And then along the way throughout our draft, we considered expert reviews of those things and made changes that we felt were necessary. We also considered the Florida BEST standards. And not only did we find the strengths and things we liked about those, as well as things we didn't like, but we also considered the Fordham Institute's review of those standards and what they found to be in line with the science of reading and how those things could be improved, but also things that were really very foundational and really progressed well in their own standards. And then we also, of course, considered the top 10 states that performed the best on NAEP. We wanted to review their standards. We spent a long time going through these standards and charting what we liked about them, what we didn't like about them, what we felt would best meet the needs of our Alabama students. And then finally, we made sure that the draft that we put out was in line with the national ELA standards.
My name is Art Culpepper. I'm an English teacher in Mobile. And I've been asked to talk to you a little bit about our organization. And you will hear me say some of the same things that you've heard other people say today. Throughout our entire process, there were really kind of three themes that you'll hear us talk about over and over. And one of them was trying to make sure that we were developing standards that would legitimately meet the needs of all students in the state, regardless of their intended life paths after they get out of school. The second thing was to produce a document that was organized in such a way that it was easy for teachers to process, understand, and implement. And then the third thing is the idea that we wanted to make sure that everything was sequenced well, so that there were no gaps and so that it moved smoothly from grade to grade and grade level to grade level. So those were some of our underlying principles that led us through the organization. And again, we also kind of latched onto this idea, which came from some of our cognitive science research, that primarily communication consists of the reception of information and the processing of that information, and then the expression of ideas related to information. And so that, of course, tied naturally into listening and to reading and to speaking and writing. And so we tried very hard to integrate all those things so that it is approaching it as all integral parts of the communication process and not individual things that are taught in isolation.
So board members, our next couple of minutes, we're just going to spend a couple going through the standards in the grade bands.
Okay, so for kindergarten through grade 3, some of our goals were that the children used those active listening skills in discussions and consideration of using conversations in small groups, whole groups, and teaching them just those skills to prepare them for later presenting orally and communicating with their peers, you know. And so it was real important to us that we had good oral language skills in there. We also wanted them to receive that explicit instruction like the Literacy Act calls for in those foundational skills. And so it's set up to where you see the literacy foundations are set up: phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension. We have it set up that way. And writing, which includes the encoding, the spelling part of that in the Literacy Act. And as you know, a lot of those processes are reciprocal and they need to be done. Even in the phonics, there is some of the writing that goes along with that for it to be taught correctly. So there's a few places that it looks like they're teaching something in the phonics section, but then it shows up in the writing as well. But it is because there are things that may be developmentally appropriate for reading at a certain time, but not developmentally appropriate to be for a standard for spelling. Now, we want to teach that in the reading component of the phonics, but then you get to where, as a standard itself, you really can't hold that child to that standard of mastery in that grade level, because they may read it in this grade level, but then master it for spelling in the next grade level. So if you notice things like that, but we did make sure that we aligned it to the Literacy Act and to help teachers, especially, what does it mean? What is the standard that would go along with phonological awareness, phonemic awareness? How do those standards fit in those areas? We thought that would be very helpful for the teachers. And then we also made sure that there was literary and informational text in there, so they would begin to learn that verbal reasoning. And that verbal reasoning, like in Scarborough's Road, is a higher level skill for a child. If you've ever taught kindergarten and first grade, they're very literal. And so we want to give them all that background knowledge and everything so they can have that at some point when they develop into being able to inference and things. And some kids do develop that early on. And then we made sure that the writing was strong, even at the phoneme level of writing, where they are explicitly taught B is B, and it starts that explicitly in kindergarten. Then it builds upon being able to write a sound into a word, into composition. And so we made sure that it was so explicit that a teacher knew that they had to make sure they knew all the consonant and vowel phonemes for writing.
We wanted to provide for you throughout our presentation a couple of standards followed all the way from K to 12 so that you can see the clear alignment and the progression. Especially with K3, we utilize the progressions and research found in the letters materials that are based on the most recent findings in the science of reading, and just really are the best practices for how kids learn based on the brain research. By using these tools, we made sure the standards were developmentally appropriate for each grade level, that each grade standards built upon the skills in the previous year, and that the rigor was increased as the students progress. So as you can see here, when we start with kindergarten, the standards start with prompting and support. The teacher is giving more modeling, more guidance. Then we move in and we're doing those similar things in first grade without the prompting and support. The kids are doing those things on their own. Then as we move into grade 2, you see those skills get a little more complex and a little more detailed, and a little more is required of the student. And then same in grade 3, as we build on the evidence they're having to provide and the reading skills they're having to show definitely grow in their rigor.
When looking at our 4th and 5th grade bands, we do recognize that grades 4 and 5 are transitional years. They're bridging years between lower elementary and those beginning years of middle school. And during this time, students are taking the jump into abstract thought. They are still concrete learners, but they're starting to move into that abstract thought. During this time, it's very critical that student learning work towards the expansion of those foundational skills in accordance with the Alabama Literacy Act, and that promotes and ensures continuous mastery of those appropriate skills for upper level elementary. Student reading will begin to expand during this time, and it is vital that it's vital to that student development that students are intentionally reading from an array of diverse texts in order to build background knowledge and make connections during that time. As student writing stamina improves as they move into this branch, rigor at which those works are produced also needs to increase as well. During this time, students are going to become active participants in that classroom, and that will be done through collaboration, discussion, and reporting with both peers and instructors. And we do want to make sure that we are utilizing technology to enhance communication during this time. They are going into a section where that's going to be needed to express and receive information, thoughts, and ideas.
I'm Ginger Wagan. I'm the curriculum coordinator, the elementary curriculum coordinator for Opelika City Schools. I've taught kindergarten, 1st, and 3rd, and I've been an instructional coach in the past. As Lacey and Alyssa have talked about really what our vision was. First, with the K-3, as Lacey stated, it began with the support, and the child's guided. By 3rd grade, they're doing a lot of the work independently. As Alyssa stated, 4th and 5th grade, we're a little bit different because you have all the intensity with the Literacy Act K-3, but yet in 2 years, they are in middle school. So what we tried to do was with this same standard that you've looked at with K-3, we tried to make sure we up the rigor some and we push more toward abstract and also giving the child the opportunity to cite text evidence. So really 4th and 5th grade, we've connected that primary to the middle school.
Hello, my name is Jane Haycock, and I am a teacher here in Madison City, way up here. And I've been a 8th grade English teacher for 12 years now at this middle level, which I think is one of the most important levels because we are that bridge between elementary and high school. So our goals are just kind of expanding off of what 4th and 5th did because they're a bridge as well. We want to make sure that students were able to reinforce and really refine the skills and concepts that they pretty much started in the earlier grades and especially by 5th grade. And that refinement is key in middle school and really trying to learn how to fine-tune things. In middle school, with adolescence and puberty, collaboration is key in making sure that we get these social skills for working together really practiced and hammered out. And we wanted to make sure, especially in these times, that they work collaboratively in traditional environments as well as digital environments as we are now. Another very important thing that we thought about in the middle level grades is making sure that we read across diverse texts and media. The book is almost a traditional novel is almost a dinosaur at this point. They're getting all their information from digital sources, so we're making sure to include those digital sources as much as we can. And then we want to make sure that they critically analyze and evaluate expressive and receptive forms of communication, not just what they output, but also what they take in. And we wanted them to become self-directed learners and expanding their social and academic horizons. Again, middle school level, we want to make sure that social aspect is really emphasized. And like I said, we're that bridge between elementary and high school. So here we've got 3 standards and how they span across 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and how they're kind of like all the same core. However, we stepped up the rigor in every single one of those standards. So essentially, we're looking at authors' choices of like point of view, figurative language, connotative and denotative meanings, except in 6th grade, it's more like identification and being able to find it. Then in 7th grade, they're more evaluating it, like what it does for the text, what it might mean for the text, what it might mean for the author. And then in 8th grade, we're deepening that analysis and making it include other things such as the graphics that were included, or looking at it as a whole study rather than just an independent passage.
Then at the high school level, we are very concerned about students being lifetime learners. Even after they graduate from school. And we want to make sure that they have the skills. In the workplace, as well as a college, a university, whatever other kind of training that I want to do. And so we very much thought about reading in terms of practicality and employment and technical reading. But we also very much thought about the cultural significance of literature and trying to get students so that they are aware of the richness that's out there in different literatures and different cultures of the world, so that they can just improve their quality of life. And all of this is directed to try to make them lifelong learners, to help them to become critical thinkers, and to help them be successful in whatever it is they want to do with their lives. We also, like our counterparts in the middle school grades, really tried to emphasize different media, different ways that information is presented, and what that means as a reader, and what that means as a writer, for the reception and for the expression of those ideas in a way that goes with the media. And that's a very 21st century idea, and it's something that we very much wanted to bring into this course of study. If you look at these standards going across 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th grade, you will see that they're very, very similar. And you will also see that they're pretty high level, abstract kind of thinking. And if I could give a plug to all the other people on the committee who worked in the lower grades, they did a fantastic job of sequencing and developing skills and developing critical thinking and reading skills, so that at the high school level we felt comfortable making these kinds of standards. You will see that they're very similar. They're primarily distinguished in what geographic region and or time period that they focus on, which is sort of consistent with what is in the current course of study, although it has changed somewhat. In the current course of study, 9th grade is world literature, 10th is half of American literature, 11th grade is the second half of American literature, and 12th grade is British literature. 9th and 12th have essentially stayed the same, but we have added a second year of emphasis on world literature in the 10th grade and combined all of the American literature into the 11th grade. We have done that largely to try to give teachers more latitude, and I want to call attention to the fact that this is not required exclusively to that time period or that part of literature. It's just that is the part that we are going to emphasize in that particular grade, so that students do get this vast array of different perspectives and different presentations of ideas. Also, I've been asked to mention that there is a B, or an A rather, a substandard in each of these that will require the study of a Shakespeare play in each of the 4 high school grades.
So board members, we walk through those standards in the previous slides, they kind of give you this image, if you will, of this progression of the standards from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. And as Art just mentioned, the committee worked really well together so that we'd have this seamless continuum all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade, with the standards progressing across the grade levels. So board members, that's our outcome, is to provide you with this draft set of standards. They must be the foundation for our students' abilities to thrive inside and outside of Alabama. These standards are clear, relatable to the lives of our students, and designed to be rigorous and are based on research. And the committee that you all assembled, as you can see, that's a group of content specialists, committed teachers and business leaders, and we're really proud to provide these set of draft standards to you all for your review. Thank you, Dr. Boyd and Dr. Mackey.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure there's going to be some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. McCarty, do you have questions?
Sure.
All right, hang on. All right.
You would feel disappointed if I did.
All right, then you, hold on a minute. Let me ask the
Yes,
outside
ask them
world.
first.
Are any of my other board members have any questions?
Yes, I'd just like to make a comment.
Maybe tell them to start.
Hold on just a
Wait,
minute,
wait,
Dr.
wait a minute.
Richardson. Let's see.
We're having a feedback issue.
Somebody's gotta be muted. We're hearing it through somebody else's computer. So give him a minute.
Yeah, he's muting everybody. Let me wait for the thumb. All right, thumbs up. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank Dr. Daria and his committee for working on this course.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna call back in on my phone, so let me make my comment later. Am I still?
You're okay now.
Okay, well, first of all, in line with the work you all have done, I want to thank you for having the vertical alignment, because it's so important for teachers to see the continuity from one grade level to another. And as I saw how first grade connected to second and second to third, and then on through the middle grades and high schools, I know that's something that our teachers would appreciate. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just had a comment.
Take her Wayne Reynolds.
Wait a minute, there's Dr. Richardson. Dr. Reynolds, was that you speaking?
I was trying to, I'm sorry, it's part of being virtual.
What did he say?
I would compliment the committees, particularly on the point of the continuity. But I've had the one comment that I've had, which is unusual coming to me, was they made reference to the bald-headed white man reference, and I had to get them to explain it. And they were talking about the 4 plays of Shakespeare at the high school level, and the need for more diversity in our language arts presentation throughout the curriculum. And I'd like for the committee members, and I appreciate my colleague that's from Liberty Middle School, because I live very near there, commenting on that in the middle school and the high school level. But comment on the concept of diversity in language arts versus having 4 plays of Shakespeare in the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to address that?
Thank you, sir. Art, do you want to address the part about the Shakespeare play?
Sure, I'll be happy to talk about that. And these are actually both things that we discussed a great deal in committee. And there was a great deal of research, a great deal of thinking, a great deal of shared information. And that's one of the reasons that we've suggested the change in the focus of literatures for the 4 grades, and allowing 9th and 10th grade to focus on world literature, which gives the teachers a larger pool to choose from to try to incorporate different voices and try to incorporate some of these voices that have been neglected. To use a paraphrase of your phrase, to try to get away from simply dealing with dead white men, and trying to get voices of different people and different cultures and different perspectives. And so we thought very, very hard about that, and that's one of the goals of changing the literary alignments in each of the grades. As far as Shakespeare is concerned, This was a topic of great debate. And as I'm sure many people in the room are aware, if not everyone, Shakespeare occupies a unique place. He is unlike any other writer who has ever lived. And as a cultural icon and as a touchstone for cultural references and the ability to understand references and allusions that people make in the real world, Shakespeare is almost as quoted and almost as misquoted as the Bible. And so we thought that it was very important to emphasize his unique place in the world. And we had originally suggested maintaining a requirement for a Shakespeare play in each grade. And then at one point, the committee decided to make that a suggestion rather than a requirement. And then most recently, the decision was made again to put it back in as a substandard because there was some concern from some committee members that if it were not required, it would not be done.
Okay, thank you.
And just a clarification was that it's only a substandard in the 12th.
Did you hear that, Dr. Reynolds? Okay, and I'm so sorry, I did not catch your name.
Kim Hargett.
Kim Hargett, okay. Maybe you might need to explain it in maybe greater depth about how these standards are going to support students with dyslexia and, of course, going along with that, language-based, student disability, learning disabilities, SLD kids.
Yes, okay, so for instance, there's some standards that talk about differentiating the sounds of the phonemes in the lower grades. I felt we felt strongly that we wanted to make sure that it was so explicit and that it reached our lowest readers, and by doing that, you're reaching all children, and when they're the kids that have those speech and language issues, that's, one of the red flags for dyslexia. They have the speech issues. And so one of the standards is very specific about differentiating cognate sounds that are, that children mix up, like the sound. They're made the same in the mouth, but one's voiced, one's unvoiced. And we reference that in there, and they have to differentiate vowel sounds, differentiate certain consonant sounds. And so by doing that, we feel like it will not only help all children, but especially those with language-based reading disorders.
Okay, I have one more question, then I'll boot it over to you. But my question is, in anything, communication, be it written, oral, whatever, if the understanding of this organization is not fully understood by those who are reading it, meaning the administrators, the teachers, the parents who are now, the grandparents are now becoming administrators, how is it going to be that they can understand this concept that you just presented to us? They don't understand that education ease that we know, we speak in acronyms and all that. So are they going to be able to pick this up from the way it's presented and how are you going to roll this out so that those that are in the field and are going to be impacted by this will have a clear and concise understanding?
So
what is that?
These are
did I make myself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So these are the standards, and you're hitting it exactly right. There's a whole lot of work that has to be done now that we will have standards. I am going to toss it to Dr. Davis because there's a good bit I believe the state does anytime we roll these standards out, and that they do, but then that we have to do at the local schools level as well.
Yes, sorry, I'm just coming here because of so y'all can hear. That's our job, to work with them to do that. Again, course of study PD, we've been meeting and planning the framework regardless of the standards, because we know that if they do pass, then we have to have that ready. So we'll do math year 2, math year 1, and because we know we're in year 2 of the new math course of study with full implementation next year, and then ELA year 1, and it's grade band and it's administrative. And so we've been working for several months, back even in December, meeting to make sure that we have that aligned. And the biggest piece that you hit on, Ms. Ziegler, is those family resources and how important those are, because as I've said, I know my child was probably not taught phonics now that I understand what it is, but he's a fifth grader now. So yes, that's part of what we do, but we do it with them and with our staff, because that's, as you mentioned with ARI, we have all of these field staff, and I know that Ms. Hargett is one as well, fabulous. So that's what we will utilize them for, is to make those tools and resources. And I do have this document, and you are the expert for sure, but the Dyslexia Advisory Council, as one of the expert review groups, was gracious enough they aligned those K-3 standards and showed how they align to all of those science of reading and the Scarborough's Rope. It's a beautiful alignment, and I may be wrong, but when the Dyslexia Advisory Council did this, to me, it tells us that it's doing exactly what you asked. They were that expert review group. So I printed these in case, because that was one of the documents, so I'll leave them for y'all if you want them. But yes, that's the next task ahead.
Well, and to continue the conversation with the Literacy Act and the huge focus on the science of reading, it needs to be without a doubt aligned with the science of reading, not that it's in conflict with it, or that it's somewhat, it's gotta be,
It is
And that's what
definitely
this
aligned
is.
with the science of reading, and we specifically use the language of the science of reading and the language in the letters, manuals. They're all going through this letters training, and we used the language. And if the teachers, haven't been through the training, or they will need PD on some of it possibly, because we do use the terms phoning, graphing, that we used science of reading terminology, and so there,
right.
will need to be
There's
some
no
PD
sense
for-
of being trained in professional development,
Yes.
utilizing this verbiage, and then all of a sudden they're thrown something else, and that's just confusing, and then guess who
Exactly.
falters? The kids.
So if you looked, at any of the science of reading research, it will fully
I'm
align.
on the literacy
I feel
task force, I
confident.
know. I know those.
Ms. Ziegler,
Anyhow, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Ms. Ziegler, Wayne Reynolds again.
Yes, sir.
I would like to return back to the concept I raised about diversity, and I'm not adverse to extolling the value or the quotes of William Shakespeare and comparing him to the Bible. I'm not sure I support that, but that doesn't really matter. But requiring a study of a play of Shakespeare, and I don't understand what sub-requirements are, but diversity has risen its head in questions to me about this curriculum, not about the early education. It's primarily in the secondary and the high school level. I'd like some further explanation about why diversity in the education level, English language arts in the secondary, is not more inclusive. And I'm not satisfied with the answer of Shakespeare being quoted only second to the Bible.
Mr. Reynolds, Art led that group and certainly can chime in on this, but I think to what Dr. Davis was talking about earlier, our job is to now take these standards, and there's still a lot of work we've got to do at the state level, and then certainly at the local level as we build a curriculum off these standards. And that's where a lot of those decisions that I think you're asking the question about are made. And I mean, we're in a school system that we're asking that very same question of our curriculum now, of how can we make sure our curriculum is diverse and that it is inclusive. So those are local decisions that we are certainly working at a local school level, and these standards, we see them as serving as the basis for those future decisions.
And I think that was something that all of the committee had a hard time with in the beginning, is realizing we're writing standards, not curriculum. And so when you write standards, then you choose your curriculum and you choose how you implement those standards. And so we had to get as explicit and detailed and rigorous as we could without writing a curriculum. And so curriculum is at the school level to choose that.
Ms. Bell?
How is that reflected in a course of study?
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Reynolds.
talking about a course of study, not framework.
We have to give him a moment to mute.
Dr. Ziegler, Mrs. Ziegler, I would also
I have no idea. Ms. Bell, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, as a matter of fact, am I echoing like Dr. Reynolds was echoing, or can you hear it clearly?
Is it
Okay.
We can hear you.
I have several questions and slash comments. It was mentioned that research was used, and yes, I saw the list of the states, and I did see a couple of other items and a mention, of course, NAEP. But what research was used, and how does that support the framework? I also am aware that there were concerns expressed from, and it's already been mentioned, from our DAC, our Dyslexia Advisory Council, and the grade level committee. And there were concerns, and I agreed with what was expressed and what they've shared with me. I'd like to see how those were addressed specifically, and what amendments have been made perhaps since that time. I assume that the committee actually received those and used them to make some revisions. And as far as alignment, that was just mentioned just a few minutes ago, maybe seconds ago, as far as the alignment with the Dyslexia Advisory Committee recommendations, and I'd like to know how that was addressed specifically and what perhaps Dr. Davis was referring to. I'd also like to know, in the past we've had recommended lists of texts, of books and so forth. I'd like to have some examples of what they're referring to in terms of, of course, the upper grade, in particular, the works, and I know that they're described as originating outside the U.S. and the British Isles. As an English major, I'm aware of a lot of different pieces of literature that we had to read even in college, of course, and I enjoy reading. I love to read. But I'd like to know more specifically what you're referring to and examples and sort of connect with what Dr. Reynolds was requesting as far as examples and how they fit in. I've looked at the course of study and, of course, now the actual presentation, but that would be very helpful. And there will be a number of people looking at this course of study, and I'll accept those revisions, and anyone perhaps listening and watching the meeting, I welcome those as well. But I do appreciate your work on this. Questions do not mean that I don't appreciate it. I do very much. And I know it's a lot of time that you probably don't have on top of work that is expected under unusual circumstances. But anyway, those are my questions and my requests at this point.
Okay, can you do that for her? Get her those
Yes.
books.
And here they are. Here they are, and I'm just sending them to Miss Nora. Here are all three four expert reviewers, and I'm shooting them to her right now with the other document.
When you said her, you mean to all the
To
board
Miss
members?
Nora.
And she'll
Yes,
forward them.
ma'am. Both the one from the Dyslexia Advisory Committee and all of the others, and they are sorted. And they're also, you have the link on there that shows you can go in and see, but they're all addressed, but we group them by elementary and secondary. But it shows you where they're either addressed or what the committee said. As of the date on the bottom is the 21st. Oh, sorry, so.
Yes, and I would like to have a list of the text, the recommended text, that has been provided in the past, and usually it was not all inclusive, but it included a lot of the ones that were recommended.
Can that be done? No.
For reading.
the standard, with the standards, we do not have a list of books or text or novels. That after the standards are approved, that's the work that will follow from state guidance and then at the local.
Did you hear that, Ms. Bell?
I did.
All
But
right.
I would like the research that was used to back up a lot of what has been.
The way I understand it is that Miss Nora has it or is getting it, and she'll be forwarding it to all the virtual board members.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have more questions?
Yes. Of course. Okay, one question I have, and I appreciate that the speech and the listening is emphasized, but one question, I've seen many of our colleges and universities will send back high school reports, and the high school reports then show how their graduating students performed their first year in college, and where they were strong, where they were weak by the classes that they took. And to my surprise, I've seen several high school reports, and these all happen to come from Auburn, but oral language, speech, oral communication was the weakest class. They did well in chemistry, well in biology, well in math, but that oral communication was not good. So is there in your course of study a speech class? Since we emphasize it so much, do we have a class for it?
The standards themselves don't dictate the class, a speech class per se, but what they do, as we went into the conceptual framework, it takes that part and embeds it throughout each of the grades from K through 12. But it doesn't necessarily, the standards themselves don't necessitate a class be formed, but it is embedded in ELA.
And K3 actually has one of the literacy foundations is an oral language literacy foundation. So we do have oral language skills specific to speaking.
So I guess if a high school wanted to offer it, they could
Yes.
offer dual enrollment.
Yes.
Or could they create their own?
Right.
And we used the Letters Early Childhood modules also for that oral language component to make sure that they were, there's assessments that you can do that say they need to be able to do these certain things to be successful later. And so we went through that, developed by Carol Tolman and Louisa Moats. So, I feel that they're strong.
Well, thank
In
you.
K3.
It had so much emphasis on it. I was
Yes.
just curious if that was something that was offered.
In the standards, like we have special, considerations for like just a presentation, how you would, speak for that, but then just like an informal conversation or discussion with a group. So those are kind of woven into, it's not just like one thing you have to check off, it's throughout all of the standards, like presenting for different formats.
And that was one reason for the expression part of it too, to make sure that teachers understood it looked this way for listening, this way for speaking, and things overlap somewhat, but we want them to be able to speak this and present this orally.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And then this is different question than what Ms. Bell asked, but she made me think of it with asking about, sometimes we would have in the past recommended books for each grade. Is there an emphasis on, or is there any sort of notice of this between nonfiction and fiction? And do we stress both types of reading?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, thank you. And so, where am I on my list? Okay. Again, I got several questions about the conceptual framework. And just again, wanting more research. Where did this come from? And some concerns that perhaps the two, reception and expression, that they're more associated with oral language as opposed to phonics, reading comprehension, grammar, and writing. And so I think there was some concern that this could be confusing the way it is, and just wanting to know what the research is. What's the background? How do we come, what prompted you to say that this is a good design to reflect what we're trying to do?
Art could probably speak to that some. I can speak to thinking about our EL learners and the WIDA standards, and thinking about how they have those reading, writing, listening, speaking, and they think about it in that way. This is an expressive type of communication. This is receptively they can do. They talk a lot when we're working with EL students about how they can understand and be a level this for understanding the English, but to express that, they can't do that. And so when we think about all of our learners, you have to really think that way, receptively and expressively, because, you know, when you can understand at a much higher level than even the words that you use. You know, if I read these words or read this sentence, I understand it, but that's not in my everyday vocabulary that I'm gonna use. And so I think that's important.
Well, and then this may be more a question for you, Dr. Davis. But like listening is a key standard. Well, we treasure what we measure, right? And so how do we put listening on the ACAP? How do we test it? Are we will the teacher stand up front and part of the ACAP will be, she will read something and they will have to write it word for word? I mean, I know I'm looking forward. This is beyond your scope. Yes. I understand that. But I'm trying to also think, I don't want to get to a hurdle and have you've written standards, we pass them, and then we don't have a way to assess whether the student has mastered that.
You want me to drop there, just so that, I just don't know.
Please.
Sorry, I'm taking notes too.
While you're coming up, I will say that schools that have drama programs, their children do much better in speech.
Yes,
That
yes.
makes sense.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Agree totally.
And so the question about the assessment part, and I think that's the beauty of having a vendor with like DRC, because they have done these type of assessments across with other states, and we spend a lot of time on the phone with them, working through those kinds of things, and so they have that expertise to be able to look at the standards and look at how to develop them. We spent 2 hours the other day with them on even looking at how to develop passages to use if we need them for something or another, and looking at other states. So I think that is the beauty of us, not by ourselves trying to do it, but with that vendor who is writing all of our assessments. So, and with the research that's there, primarily the NAEP is that foundation, and that's what the beauty of both math and ELA also lends itself to, is that there are so many things already out there. And now I don't know percentages, like with the blueprint, we would look at and see even currently what they would be assessed now, because I would think currently we have some of those listening skills and standards. So.
Well, and I know that's to come, but I'd rather address it now and at least plant a seed than have us be maybe surprised in the future.
Okay.
But thank you.
And I think Ms. West has a question.
Were you finished? Well, I've got one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
And
thought
it's-
you were, your
it's
hand
just-
said you were done.
Sorry. But it's one more, and it's to build on, again, a request for research. And I'm gonna get the name wrong. It's the Alabama Literacy Action Plan for K-12. How does it correlate with that? The work that you did, is it highly correlated, your recommendations with what was in that action plan? And it's fine if you want to, if it's too complicated of an answer and you would just rather send it to all of us.
Yes.
And show the correlation, I'm fine with that.
I
like
was in on some of that, and I need to look back through some of it, but we did read that and go through it. And I feel like in some ways there may be some wording that's different on that, and the only reason I say that is because the wording on the standards, we tried to follow exactly science of reading wording, and for the action plan for literacy, you know, that is a document that maybe parents are reading too, and they're written for a little bit different purposes.
And that's
So-
fine, like I said, if you don't mind sending to all of us,
Okay.
that would be fabulous.
All right.
Ms. Ziegler, Wayne Reynolds.
Yes, sir.
While we're prevailing on Dr. Davis to prepare something, I'd like for you to review the requirements for, or the intent of diversity in our language arts curriculum, 1, and 2, to focus on the expressive positions portions of the curriculum for 9 through 12. I know that we're talking about people who have drama programs or people who actually require speech, but that's not part of this curriculum. And I'd like for you, Dr. Davis, or members of the committee to respond to those two concerns, diversity and expression in the 9 through 12 curriculum.
Okay, Dr. Davis, are you going to send that to him or?
Yes, and I may have to follow up with a
Okay.
specific, but yes,
Okay.
9 through 12, diversity
And all,
and
yeah,
expression.
and all board members, what Dr. Reynolds was requesting, Dr. Davis will send to all of us. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mine will be very simple. On your page that is grades 9 through 12, standard vertical alignment example, I believe you stated that in the 11th grade, you would be moving to all American literature, and in the past, that has been split, I believe, into 2 grade levels. Is that correct? And you gave a short explanation, and I couldn't write fast enough, but I tend to think very concretely about our local school districts, and whenever new standards are adopted and we have to shift classes or move courses around, it often can pose difficulty, particularly for our large schools that are in block schedules and all those sorts of things. But I want to go back to why this was.
I don't think he is.
No, I don't think so.
And Art might have done that.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
We'll check on that now. There's severe storms coming into town. We're in the basement, so we're safe, but that's probably knocked out. And I've heard the AC went off too, so probably the whole building's probably going to struggle.
Well, hopefully the thing in the parking deck will go up.
Oh, yeah, good, because if not, we're going to, I'll push it up while you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
At least we got light.
Yeah, like, I mean, it was.
Well, I don't have phone service down here.
Extensively, and he explained it to us, but.
How are we gonna do this?
Yes.
Oh, wait, we're back.
Good.
All right.
Okay, that was very.
All right, we might have lost Miss Bell.
Is Art there?
Hang on, let me. For those of
I'm here.
you, who is that, Art?
I'm here.
Okay,
Good, thank you.
Yes, we need
Oh, the
you.
master.
I will try my best to simultaneously answer that question and maybe shed a little bit more light on what Dr. Reynolds asked earlier. The way the current course of study is, the study of American literature was split into 2 parts, primarily to correspond to the division in social studies of U.S. history.
Okay.
So that the 2 aligned. One of the problems that creates, or one of the issues that created for teachers and for students, is that the early part of American literature is difficult. A lot of that material are very difficult texts, has very difficult vocabulary, and with 10th grade students, you're still dealing with students who are fairly young and still don't have some of the vocabulary and some of the historical and contextual knowledge they need to really understand that literature. So one of the goals we had was to move that to 11th grade so that our students have a little bit more of those skills in place. And also so that the teacher has a little more latitude to choose particular works to read. And of course, if you do that, then you create a change necessarily in 10th grade if you have moved what was in 10th grade into 11th. And so our idea there, and this does go back to some of what Dr. Reynolds is concerned about, we saw an opportunity there in 9th grade and 10th grade to emphasize world literature, and in that way to bring in diversity, to bring people who are not necessarily that included in the curriculum today, and to try to bring sources from, say, from Latin America, try to bring sources from Asia, try to bring sources from Africa, try to bring materials from different cultures and different times around the world. Again, giving teachers more latitude to pick works that are developmentally appropriate and contextually appropriate for their particular students, and at the same time allowing for greater diversity. And I don't feel like I satisfactorily answered Dr. Reynolds at all about Shakespeare, and I may have not said that very well. I don't want to belabor the point, and it may just be that this is a point on which he and I do not agree. But what I'm trying to put forward, what I meant to say, is that it was the position of the committee that Shakespeare occupies a unique place, both linguistically and culturally. And a lot of the members of the committee, myself included, felt that, and you're not talking about a tremendous amount of time, you're talking about a week or two in each grade level to spend some time with Shakespeare. We thought the cultural and literary contributions of Shakespeare warrant that.
Okay, thank you very kindly. We appreciate that. Okay. Thank you. We really want to say thank you for all of the hard work and dedication y'all put into it. I know saying a thank you usually isn't enough, but we really do mean it from the bottom of our hearts. And that's for all of your committee members. So if you would be so kind to share that with everybody who worked on the committee, we would be so very grateful to you.
Can we give them a round of applause?
Safe travels.
Yeah, I would not be walking out right now. Okay. All right, I'm assuming it's who's next?
Dr. Boyd, so Dr.
Ms. West.
We've got we have four CTE courses to study now, and so Dr. Boyd will introduce Superintendent West. Let me make sure they get out of the building safely and
Go ahead.
what they need, and then we'll be,
Dr. Mackey?
okay. We may need to drive them somewhere. I'll let you do that.
Okay, absolutely. Let's start.
We are.
Great job.
Dr. Boyd, are you ready?
We're getting Miss West. We'll get started.
Okay.
In West, that is.
The other West?
The other West.
Well, it is real, keep coming down out there, so Jason's gonna drive them back to AASB with their car, we'll find them.
Probably by the time we quit talking, it'll probably pass.
I don't know, there's a lot of right now.
Well, better be heading
Glad we're in the
north.
basement.
This girl's
Not-
going
not-
south.
Mine is not next.
I want to know who I can put your body. Let's see, where are we at? There's still 5, 6.
I'm sure that somebody will take it.
That's tomorrow morning.
Oh, boy, do we. That's right. I can tell she was making a face. I could tell. Son, it's time for you to get up to go to the bathroom. You better go.
my 5:30 for oysters is off.
You're,
Oh,
yeah, you wouldn't
yeah.
wanna walk out in it right now, but
No.
did, would y'all like some coffee?
Is it
Some
me?
tea, there's coffee, fresh coffee
Yeah, I
right
think I'll
there.
take some coffee.
And there's some, hot water for tea too, if anybody's
I'm gonna go for the coffee.
prefer that.
I'm so sorry. It's disgusting. I'm so sorry, you're the most media. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was
Well, I have another cookie, if anybody wants a cookie.
I
These were,
the salty better than
oh yeah, well, these were pretty good sandwiches. They were a little worried about doing Subway, because we've never done Subway before, but I thought they were pretty good.
I just took off the top layer of bread, you know, because I try not to.
But it was good. It's good to have change now.
Well, maybe we will be able to go back to something more normal. We can go back to having a hot meal delivered. I think that's part of, I know that you're talking about the retreat, but just that getting to sit in your own room and have lunch around the table again
chit-chat
would be
about-
helpful.
Sounds like a luxury.
It does.
So,
Oh, I know.
and we could do that now just for the 4 of y'all that are coming, but it takes, you know, by the time you get up there and all, you really have to take an hour break, and I'm afraid that
And did you hear Dr. Chestnut said she was coming in Wednesday, they're coming in
next
March.
month, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe
So-
that sort of sounds like we're moving forward. Okay,
They,
is Dr. West here?
Middle school.
She is, yes.
There you go.
We're just missing Miss McCray now. Oh, no, she's right here behind me. So, there you are.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr.
See, you can stand if you want to. I like to stand a while. Let's do it.
Okay, Dr. Boyd, do we have everybody?
We have our team, so we'll go ahead and get
Let's
started.
go. Let's go.
So let me introduce our superintendent, Ms.
Please.
Ann West, is from Marion County, which is coincidentally where our new board member, Ms. McCray, is from. So we have, you go, that's right. So she's gonna go ahead and present her team, and they'll present information regarding career tech. Well, I want to say that Ms. West has been a really, really big supporter with this whole particular process. We appreciate her working with the Course of Study Committee. She has 34 years of experience in education, and in Marion County, they're able to change student lives one day at a time, so we truly appreciate her serving on this committee and the team.
And I'm very happy to. And let me get my, I'm gonna say my part and then we can.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
right.
State Board members, Dr. Mackey. It's been a little over a year since Dr. Mackey called and asked me to be the superintendent representative on the Career Tech Course of Study Revision Committee. My career in education began as a family and consumer science teacher, and then I was the Career Tech Director in Marion County Schools for some of my years at the central office. I was honored to ask to be a part of this group because I love career and technical education. On January 27th, 2020, Kathy Jones sent an email to all of the committee members informing us of the dates that we would meet, information about travel, parking, dressing for the climate and Gordon Parsons, and other general information that we would need as we travel to Montgomery for our monthly meetings. We all put the dates in our calendars, having no idea that our world was about to be turned upside down. Our first meeting was on February 11th, which ironically was exactly 1 year ago today. I really didn't even realize that till this morning. And as you can see on the map, now I'm not, okay, there's the map right there. As you can see on the map, all areas of the state are represented on this committee. We all met and we took and received our charge. We took an oath to uphold the terms of our work. We would never have imagined that this would be our only face-to-face meeting until we came back together in part today. The next meetings were scheduled for March 17th and 18th, and then Friday the 13th came and our world was shut down. But you know, if you had to pick a bunch of a committee to work through the challenges that this pandemic has brought us, what better group to navigate this situation than a bunch of career tech educators? The work-based learning section may have been revised, they revised the curriculum, but the entire committee was certainly putting work-based learning into practice as we moved into virtual formats. We want to thank Haley Ridgway and the Alabama Learning Exchange for their assistance. Ms. Ridgway is certainly to be commended for her guidance in moving our committee to virtual formats. All of the work of this committee had to take place through Google and having meetings on Google Meets. We've all learned a lot. The business education teachers are very tech savvy and they were helpful in moving us into our virtual world. Members of this committee pulled together data from multiple sources. A new law, federal law, Perkins 5, has gone into effect since the last Career Tech Course of Study revisions. And so they had to ensure that the new course of study met the law of Perkins 5. They also looked at Governor Ivey's Success Plus plan, workforce data, the Alabama Career Pathways Model, Alabama Committee on Credentialing and Career Pathways, other state standards, and other sources as will be referenced in this presentation. Career and technical education is more vital to our economy and our world than ever before. As manufacturing becomes ever increasingly high-tech, it is a reflection of the direction that our society is moving in. Our students must be prepared to face a job market that requires technical skills. There is no other branch of education where a student can graduate from high school with a credential that will enable them to go straight into the workforce or into further training in that field. Board members, I encourage you to continue to emphasize career tech education. I lived through the days of the 4x4 when it almost killed career tech education. We must not ever allow that to happen again. Our students deserve the opportunities that career tech programs offer them. Not only the actual coursework, but the importance that career tech places on student organizations that provide students opportunities to grow their leadership skills. In the spring of 1979, I was a senior at Hamilton High School, and my business office education teacher asked me to compete in the job interview in the FBLA competition. So I won the district competition and I came to Montgomery for the state competition, which I did not win, but just the experience of that has certainly definitely shaped my future. I learned how to interview, and that was a crucial skill for a young 22-year-old when I started interviewing for jobs. And I believe that it has led to the trajectory that ended up with me being the superintendent of Marion County Schools for all the years of using those skills. You know, history is history, a noun is a noun, and a verb is a verb. And we're still looking for what X equals, and I probably always will be. But career and technical education is a living and continually changing part of the education of our students as we prepare them to become a part of the workforce. Our world is constantly evolving, and as you are about to see, career and technical education is changing to meet the demands of the world of work. Virginia Thomas Shelby County Schools will present courses and career tech organizations, for, student organizations for the business middle school course of study. And I bet I am a little behind as we look at the committee. Okay. Keep going. Okay. Keep going?
Yep, right there.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Virginia Thomas. I teach business education at Oak Mountain Middle in Shelby County and truly believe high school and overall career success begins in middle school. These are the years when our students are trying to figure out who they are. Employees entering the workforce are desperately lacking in soft skill application with basic communication skills at the top of the list. This year, our students are missing their normal social interaction, which make these basic skills all the more essential. What better time than to begin in middle school when students are still eager to learn and teachers can most successfully provide a solid foundation. With focus on the prepared courses listed on the slide, our committee is certain our students will be able to bridge the gap to their own success, the knowledge to overcome failure, and ability to adjust that plan as needed. 10 courses were written specifically for middle school and are available to all students in grades 6 through 8 for BMA Finance and Marketing. Schools may choose between a 6 or 9 week rotation, semester, or full year duration to meet the needs of their students and programs. They may choose. All standards must be introduced regardless of the chosen duration. My why. I have a huge passion for career and technical education with focus on programs. Programs are so much more than standards and courses. Programs take the proposed courses to the next level through real-life application and self-exploration. My students are my why. They are funny, smart, encouraging, enthusiastic, and they are the reason I have become the leader I am today. How do we encourage our students to develop leadership and workplace skills and take accountability of their own learning? By bringing business and middle school together through CTSOs. Moving on to my next slide, career technical student organizations are co-curricular and provide opportunities both in and outside of the classroom. Teachers may choose to advise their students in either DECA for FBLA for BMA Finance and Marketing. DECA offers middle school options where members participate in national recognition programs and in competitive events that are designed for first-year members. FBLA offers a middle-level chapter option that includes a middle-level national recognition and competitive event component that is separate from the high school competitive events. Alabama DECA and Alabama FBLA have been widely successful in their support of their national service partners, the Muscular Dystrophy Association and March of Dimes, respectively. A strong middle school CTSO provides the framework for students to be prepared for high school and gain success after graduation. If we have learned anything this year, it is simplify, get back to the basics. You know my why. The proposed courses are the how in conjunction with CTSOs. How do we prepare our students? Career and technical education programs. The sooner the better. I will now turn it over to Dawn Bone and Monique Lawrence if she's virtual, and they will talk about high school business management administration.
Thank you, Virginia. Hey, good afternoon. My name is Dawn Ballin. I'm the Career Tech Resource Specialist for Shelby County Schools. Prior to that, I was a business education classroom teacher for 18 years before transitioning into my current position 5 years ago. Now I currently help all of our career and technical education teachers in our county with resources, instruction, or whatever those random needs arise. As you know, things change every day. And my partner is Monique Lawrence. She's virtually, so I'll let her introduce herself.
Hello, I am Monique Lawrence. I am a high school teacher at Jasper High School. I've been teaching business and marketing education for about 23 years now. And I even taught travel and tourism in the beautiful Savannah, Georgia, where I grew up and I began my education career. Okay, next slide. This graphic represents our conceptual framework for the business management and administration cluster. The gear encompasses each of the 3 pathways in the cluster: administrative services, business information technology, and management. The inner ring of the gear reflects the progression of middle school students toward career exploration and guides high school students towards career preparation. The innermost ring represents our guiding concepts, which are innovate, collaborate, strategize, and lead. These concepts include aspects of overseeing business operations, mostly from the viewpoint of leadership. Next slide. Throughout this process, we considered what businesses would look for in our students. Our students also want to know what fields are in demand. This chart shows the 2019-2020 most in-demand occupations for our cluster from the research conducted by the ACCCP and the Alabama Workforce Council. Each region has selected their top jobs. With this information, we knew we needed to focus on critical thinking, problem solving, and analytical skills. Next slide.
I like data and numbers, so I created this graphic to give you a snapshot of numbers across our state. I know I'm biased, but business and marketing teachers probably have the biggest impact on the most amount of students. We currently offer 17 different BMA courses. In the 2019-2020 school year, we taught over 67,000 students, and those courses were taught by over 1,100 BMA teachers. By taking these classes, over 100,000 students have earned a credential in Microsoft Office since 2013. As Virginia mentioned, LPLA and DECA is a career tech student organization for business management and administration. This co-curricular CTSO provides students with opportunities for networking and professional growth. We normally have over 2,200 students compete in FBLA and DECA state competitions yearly, and usually 500 students compete nationally. In the 1920 school year, even in a pandemic and schools closing 3 weeks before state competition, over 1,000 students still competed virtually. And 310 of those students competed nationally on a virtual platform. I have no doubt that we're going to continue with that success.
I think that deserves.
Yeah. We have 3 pathways for our business management and administration cluster: business administration services, business information technology, and management. This cluster will prepare learners for careers in planning, organizing, managing, and evaluating business functions essential to productive business operations. We recommend that a student take a foundational course in their pathway and then continue to take more rigorous and upper-level courses in that same pathway. These courses will ensure that our students are college and career ready.
Okay, so here is the flow of our pathway courses. Students start with the same foundation courses for each pathway. Then, as they become concentrators and completers, they dive deeper into the specific topics. For example, in management, they can choose from several courses to strengthen their leadership and management skills.
One thing I want to point out is the courses with the star next to them would meet the state computer science mandate that schools offer computer science classes. Some of these courses will require teachers to complete high-quality professional development and additional certification, but they would be in our pathway, in the business information and technology pathway.
Knowing that our students will rise to the challenges set before them, this slide shows examples of content standards from 2 different courses within the Business Administrative Services pathway: Business and Legal Concepts concepts and international business concepts, both moving students beyond gathering information, but evaluating and applying what they've learned. Next slide.
In the Business Information Technology pathway, one sample course is Digital Media Design. In this course, students will apply the design process using the elements of design, the principles of color, and they'll create professional-looking documents. This is a current class, but we've updated it to be more, more current. I have to say, this is one of the most favorite classes that I've ever taught. In fact, I had several students that wound up going to college to pursue a degree in graphic design and careers in graphic design, and one of my favorite stories is that I had a student that wound up being a designer for Elf on the Shelf. So I have to say, she sent me a real elf. That's my claim to fame. In the game design course, students will learn all about game development, and you guys know that that's a high and coming career, and so this will definitely prepare our students for a career in that pathway.
This slide shows a sample of content standards for 2 courses within the management pathway. So it's human resources management, and then we also have project management. All the standards in this pathway and the business management and administration cluster prepare students for those in-demand jobs that the ACCCP and the Alabama Workforce Council reported in their research, matching supply and demand, and that's one of our main goals. Next slide.
As you can see, we have several CRI opportunities for our students. I mentioned Microsoft Office certifications earlier, but there are also opportunities for credentials in IC3, Ask Institute, and Adobe, including Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, and others. Keep in mind that CRIs might change every year. As industry demands change, then the CRIs are likely to change. There's a rigorous approval process for new CRIs, and they are in line with the high demand jobs in our state. This pathway provides several possible careers for our students: managers, chief executive officers, entrepreneurs, graphic designers, web developers. I could go on and on and on. I used to tell my students all the time, no matter what your career path is, a business course is going to help you be more prepared. And I truly believe that. Have any questions?
Are there any questions? I guess not. You did an excellent job. Thank you, ladies. All right.
We'll leave and let the next group.
All right. Group number 2. Thank you for. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate all your hard work. Thank you. All right, next group. Come on. The chairs are warm.
Finance.
Do you want to click or?
If you don't mind.
Yes, I'd like for you to.
Sure. I'm sure it's this.
Yes. Same here, same here.
Who's in charge of the clicker?
She's got it.
Okay.
Can you introduce yourselves, ladies?
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is LaToya.
Yeah, take your mic.
Good afternoon. My name is LaToya Pugh, and I'm a teacher in Huntsville, Alabama at Macy Jemison High School. And currently I teach career prep and accounting.
Thank you.
My name is Janet Cavender, and I teach business, marketing, and finance classes at Priceville High School in Morgan County, and I'm also the work-based learning coordinator. Our finance team would like to thank you for your presence and your support. Our conceptual framework for finance is shown in this gear, which encompasses all of our 3 paths in the finance cluster: accounting, financial management, and insurance. The orange inner ring of the gear introduces middle school students to a career exploration level and guides them toward high school career preparation in the finance pathway. The innermost green ring represents the 5 principles of finance: profit, value, security, investments, along with risk and reward. The umbrella in the center represents the protection provided by insurance, financial knowledge, and assets, with the cityscape showing how finance encompasses all aspects of this cluster. The upward arrows depict the ever-changing advancement of finance. The background images represent the concepts taught in the finance cluster, with icons that represent cryptocurrency, the currency of the future, a bank used for both personal and business finance, a globe which depicts the globalization of our society, and a calculator and chart for accounting procedures with charts to represent statistical data. We also used labor market data to discover the jobs with the highest projected growth rate in the next 5 years in finance. We considered in-demand occupations in Alabama with consideration of all regions, including accountants and auditors, insurance sales agents, financial managers, and loan officers. In the finance cluster, we recommend a foundation course, Business Communications, Business Software Applications 1, Career Preparedness, or Personal Finance before students enter a pathway. Within our standards, we emphasize the importance of sound ethical practices with the goal of preparing students for college and careers. Also, participation in FBLA and DECA will help students gain leadership and other valuable skills.
This graphic demonstrates the increase in rigor through foundation, concentrator, and capstone courses in finance. In the accounting pathway, whether students aspire to be future business owners or work in finance with other companies, accounting skills are fundamental to success and applicable in many different fields. In the financial management pathway, it is a foundational course designed to provide students with an overview of financial and investment planning procedures. Students will use critical thinking skills to analyze and interpret financial data, enabling them to develop short-term and long-term budgetary plans, produce accurate reports, and make informed business decisions. Students will develop product knowledge related to financial and investment planning to distinguish among stocks, bonds, and commodities, and between insurance and annuity products. In the insurance pathway, Foundations of Insurance 1, Property and Casualty, it is a half-credit course designed to help students develop skills related to property and casualty insurance as they gain product knowledge of the industry. Students examine characteristics of personal auto policies, personal residential policies, learn insurance terminology used to explain insurance risks and benefits, distinguish between policy types and coverage, including medical coverage. Students develop effective techniques used to gather client information and serve customers, including providing timely, accurate information to meet customer needs and effectively answer consumer questions. Students will also examine the certification pathway for selling insurance and the role of a state insurance commissioner. Our example for the accounting pathway, Rigor of Standards, includes the foundational course of Business Communications. In this course, students will learn the basic skills of communicating. Students should know how to communicate effectively in whatever professional role that they are in, how to resolve conflict as a business professional, what does it mean to be a leader, and how can you acquire those skills. The importance of being a team player and developing a well-organized team, gain knowledge on the importance of being a business professional with ethics and integrity. Our concentrator course of accounting, students will learn about the accounting cycle and the role it plays in operating a business. Our example for the financial management pathway, Rigor of Standards, includes the foundational course of personal finance. This course allows students to look at their finances and what they are spending. I've taught this course for a few years, and it has been my experience that oftentimes students don't realize how much money they are spending on something until they write it out and actually look at it. I had a student that was spending compulsively on Starbucks and buying scrunchies, like she loved scrunchies. She said she had over 100 for her hair.
But she looks lovely.
Yeah. After we did a budgeting class, she saw for the first time how much money she was really spending doing this every day. She saw the value of how much money could be saved or spent on something else that was needed. This course teaches that the decisions that they make can have an impact on your personal financial choices, whether it's a small decision, such as should I buy a red or yellow sweater, or a big decision, such as should I rent or own.
One of our new courses is global financial markets. Our finance committee realizes that it is imperative for high school students to gain knowledge about global markets and investments, exchange rates, and global trading policies. They may learn how diversity and culture affect global financial markets, the risk involved, and career opportunities in the global marketplace.
Our example for the insurance pathway rigor of standards, insurance agents and insurance clerks are projected to be high-demand occupations. Our foundational course, Foundations of Insurance 1, Property and Casualty, students learn the importance of auto insurance. High school students, who are considered to be young drivers, need to know the importance of having auto insurance. It takes a split second for an accident to happen, and you want to make sure you and the people in your car are covered. There's nothing worse than being hit by a driver with no insurance. Students need to learn the factors that affect your premium. If they have an accident or hurt someone else in an accident, they need to know their rights and responsibilities. As adults, we spend probably hundreds of dollars on different kinds of insurance yearly, but we never really think about the importance of it until we really need it. We also picked Objective 12 because it talks about watercraft insurance. Alabama is full of water recreational activities. From the Tennessee River to the Mobile Bay, tourism on the water is huge in Alabama. Some school districts have begun to teach boat safety as part of driver's education. It is important for students to know about watercraft insurance while enjoying their activities on the water.
On the right side is an example standard for our risk management and commercial insurance course, which is the third of 4 half-credit insurance courses in the insurance pathway. In my experience, students enjoy learning about things that affect their lives. We talked about zoning one day in class because we are right at Decatur City in our little town of Priceville. The need for more fire and police protection is growing in Priceville. We have a new fire station being built right beside our high school with very large and numerous subdivisions being built all around. Career readiness indicators are vital to our high school students. I am a big advocate for Microsoft Office certifications for my college and career students. I'm thankful that we are a Microsoft Imagine Academy as well. That's a blessing. Since the highest projected growth rate in Alabama includes insurance, we are proposing 4 half-credit insurance courses that can be taken in 2 school years.
Students interested in pursuing careers in finance can progress through proposed courses offered within 3 pathways to become successful in a global economy. Whether their career choice is in becoming a financial manager through courses offered in the accounting pathway, an investment banker through the financial management pathway, or as an insurance sales agent through the insurance pathway. On behalf of the committee members responsible for the finance cluster, we hope that the courses we are proposing will assist teachers with the delivery of curriculum content that will meet the demand of Alabama's workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my board members have any questions?
I just want to say, I'm so impressed, thrilled beyond words with what you're proposing. I do have one question. One thing that I notice with our young people today, whether they're in high school, college, after college, young professionals, they have very little knowledge about leases and contracts. Leases and contracts intersect every profession, be it construction, which is highly sought after, in the auto field, plumbing, electrician. I mean, I don't care what field you go into, you are going to have to deal with leases and contracts at some point. And I think I heard you touch on, do I rent or do I own? But will our standards or course of study touch on that in finance? It sounds like it does, but I think there's you know, the future is that we need to do more discussion with our young people about that. They're literally, this has a contract.
Right.
That is so true. In my opinion, the way we have divided up insurance in such a different way, and we have it in 4 different classes, I think that provides more time. If you talk about commercial, you know, and then risk management, and then we do house and commercial property together.
Right.
And then I didn't write the other one down the way it, but it is not the one I wrote, but I hope that will allow more time. I can't make a
It's
specific
almost
thing.
more of a legal approach for me.
Yes.
It is what it means as a young person when you commit with your written signature on a lease and on a contract, and the ramifications of that for you long term. And I'm thrilled with what you are presenting. I want to dig deeper into it, but that was just one question that I had on the finance piece.
Thank you.
And I agree, if it's not, it needs to be, because
Yes.
that is something that touches every single person.
And not hidden in something, I think it needs to be one of those important.
I think it may be a
I think in our course of financial management, it is discussed.
One of those okay.
Yes.
Our entrepreneurs need to know about.
Ms. Ziegler, may I make a comment?
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Reynolds, go ahead.
Yes, I don't mean to date myself, but I actually know what DECA means, Distributed Education Clubs of America. And the idea of including finance and integrating that with math curriculum is very important to me, and I agree with Ms. West. As my son is a physician, he needs to know more about his money management. My daughter's a senior manager at Department of Defense, and she handles contracts and high-level negotiations on the level of a one-star general. And we can't overlook finance and those aspects and its integration with the math curriculum as well. And I applaud the presentations today. Have been very well done.
Thank you. Okay. Not yet. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank y'all so much. And on your resources that you use, did you have bankers and insurance agents and financial managers, stockbrokers to help advise you? So, because it's changing so fast, right? Like my students came in last week and they were like, GameStop. What are we doing about GameStop? You know? And what's a short? And how do we do it? And how do we make a lot of money? You know, so trying to explain to them about shorts and how they can be risky to day trade and that kind of thing. And so, but that's what they are paying attention to, right? And so, so I just wondered, you know, who were your resources? Who did you go to determine what are the major factors that need to be included, you know, in that are like essential? And budgets, I know you talked about that, and I know I highlighted that one because I'm absolutely about budgets. But how did you know, like, which others were absolutely essential? And again, looking at workforce, right, and finding those skills that are essential for our children for the future so they can get gainful employment, we hope, and with the skills needed, but just making sure that we've got in there what is most critical for them to be successful if they choose to go into a finance field.
Dr. McCarty, we involved the Alabama Industry of Insurance brokers. They were key to this process, as well as the Federal Reserve Bank. We had expert reviewers in the finance cluster as well. So yes, we did have representation from industry.
Well, some of the questions that I got about this, you'll not be surprised, but were from the Federal Reserve, and that they wanted some things more emphasized. The difference between saving is a short term, investing is a long term. What are your choices? You know, obviously we know you need to diversify. You need to start young. You need to, and just making sure, and I've got to do it too. I've got to look more carefully through line by line and to make sure, and full disclosure, I'm an economics professor, so unfortunately for you, you know, I'm gonna probably pull this apart and put it back together, but, and so I know, I'm so sorry.
But you're input.
But it's those essentials that I see in college students. They don't even know what a credit score is, and then and there are many jobs in the financial industry. I used to be a banker, you can't get a job offer if your credit score is low. Because that is a measure in their minds of your character. And if you go for a bank position and have a low credit score, sorry. You know, my boss at the bank almost didn't get the job offer because they ran her scores and they were awful. Two people with the same name. But it was up to her to go prove to them that she was not that person. And so I know firsthand that having a high credit score is important. But you can't help what they have when they walk in your classroom, right? But then what you can do is show them the steps they can take to improve that credit score, right? The things that are most highly weighted, like in putting together a credit score and that sort of thing. And I agree with Ms. West that some of those other things with contracts and things like warranties, is that extra warranty really necessary or not? And to talk with them about the pros and the cons. Return on investment on certain things. But yeah, just, there's so many different things that this section, like I say, bless you, because I'm
Expecting email tonight.
but yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about this and much improved, so I thank you so very, very much. But yeah, I can't wait to really dig into it. So thank you so much.
We appreciate, and again, whoever served with you, please extend our thanks. It was a lot of hard work and we know it was, so thank you kindly both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Sit on Zoom.
Next group. Go out and tell them it's not so bad. Yeah, we should let them go out crying.
Glad to hear that.
You want to click?
Sure.
Okay. Introduce yourselves.
Okay. I'm Jason Blackwell.
Yeah, please, so we can hear you.
Fantastic.
Yes.
It is a lot harder to breathe.
Yes.
I am glad to see y'all. Very, very glad. My name is Jason Blackwell. I'm from Brewton, Alabama, South Alabama. I used to teach in Monroe, but now I'm at ECRC in Brewton. We have 5 schools that we service, and I'm a manufacturing teacher. I've had about 20 years of experience in manufacturing and construction, and this is my 8th year teaching school. So I will present Ms. E. Harris. She's from Hartsville City Schools, and she will be starting our presentation off.
I'm Lisa Harris, and I do teach in Hartsville City Schools. I teach manufacturing there at Hartsville High School. I formerly taught gifted in Hartsville for about 15, 16 years, and was approached by our superintendent to start this manufacturing academy, and it's a need in our area, Region 1. And so I've started this academy 3 years ago, and it's been successful so far, and we're continuing to grow this and learn. I'm also adjunct instructor for Calhoun Community College, where my students earn dual enrollment credit for advanced manufacturing. All right, so we'll begin our presentation, and as you can see here, you see our conceptual framework, and in the gear, we have the blue area. In manufacturing, we have 2 pathways. It is production and maintenance, installation, and repair. The cogs on the gear, starting at the top, represent the 7 programs that are a part of manufacturing. The first one, if you'll notice, is split, partially gray, partially black, because it falls into both of our pathways. The activities and the standards that are there meet the criteria for both of those, both production and maintenance. So that's robotics and automated manufacturing. This moving clockwise, you have industrial maintenance, electrical, and instrumentation. And then we move to the next with industrial maintenance, mechanical, and then electronics, and then on into the production pathway. We have additive manufacturing, precision machining, and advanced manufacturing. The one thing about this too, we have the internal part of our gear. The icons are representative of the Industry 4.0 careers that are associated with manufacturing. The next slide represents our program grid. And this illustrates the courses that we offer throughout these two pathway programs. There are 48 courses with over 500 standards that we wrote for this cluster. And we have also gone and added 2 additional courses. We actually share it into the high school courses as well, but the 8th grade courses, so that we can get some more vertical alignment and work on that pipeline with K through 12. So in 8th grade, we're offering credit for Introduction to Manufacturing as well as Introduction to Engineering Design. And I'm actually teaching an 8th grade course right now that's an exploratory, and I've got students so they can kind of decide before they get to high school if they want to go engineering or manufacturing. Our next slide is a sample from the in-demand occupations. And as you've heard in some of the other clusters, that these in-demand occupations were identified by the Alabama's Committee on Credentialing and Career Pathways, the ACCCP, and we have our standards aligned with and grounded in Governor Ivey's statement that we remain committed to our post-secondary attainment goal of adding 500,000 highly skilled employees to the workforce by 2025. So writing these standards with strong start, strong finish in mind, as well as the career competency model, we hope to help achieve the governor's goal and ACCCP's goal of having a pipeline of skilled workers in Alabama. The ACCCP initiative shows the path that students can take to advance their career from junior high to high school to post-secondary and beyond. With these standards, secondary education is providing opportunities to earn dual enrollment credit, industry credentials, as well as hands-on training prior to graduating high school. These standards, if you'll notice, are representative of all the regions. You can't see it on this one, but there are more pages to the in-demand careers, and they are representative of all regions in Alabama. And if you look there, I think it's team assemblers. There's 5,000 in Region 4 projected need. I'm from Region 1, and we have Mazda Toyota coming, and that's why our superintendent had the vision 4 years ago to come to me and say, hey, we're going to need this because we're going to need skilled workers and we need people trained. We've been successful in our high school at preparing kids for for AP courses in college and career ready, but the career part was not quite there. And so she saw the need and filled that gap. And so we're modifying this every year and putting it in place, but it's making a difference with my students. I had a student just a couple of weeks ago come to me and he said, you know, if it had not, this is my 3rd year to have him, so the first year we offered these courses, he started and he's been following me through. He's earned dual enrollment credits, he's earned some industry credentials, and he's earned a ZOSHA 10 card. And he said, if it had not been for your classes, I would have already dropped out. And he's an 8th grader and a junior in high school. And these courses we're providing opportunities to them, not just those students a lot of people think are the ones that are weaker or not good students, but I've got former gifted students in my class as well, and I have 2 students who just earned or were recipients of the Alabama Automotive Manufacturing Association's scholarship, $3,600 for their first year for a 2-year college degree, and they would have never been aware of that if I had not helped them through that process and made it aware. So we've got students that this is making a difference in their lives. These standards we have written will prepare students to enter the skilled occupations. And they must start at, working, we can't start in high school. We've got to make it a K-12 pipeline in order to achieve Governor Ivey's goal of the 50,000 workers by 2025. And now Mr. Blackwell is going to share more about the progression of rigor and our CRIs and our CTSO.
Fantastic. A lot of vision and a lot of thought went into this process, just because we was trying to think ahead, because this is a dynamic, manufacturing is very dynamic, constantly changing, so we didn't want it to be outdated tomorrow. So, if you will, these are different classes, and the process of rigor is, if I could paint a picture to you, manufacturing is itself a picture. So for the students to understand, we have to start a small little portion of the picture. And if you'll see in quality, they're starting to describe it. In production, they're starting to set it up and verify it. So this is the way this rigor is going in this process. And when you get to maintenance, you have to understand that this student, this person has got a broad understanding of it from where they're describing it and all the way to they're doing a preventative maintenance on it. So they have to see the picture as a whole versus just seeing one item. And that's what our career and tech education does. It takes academics and then turn around and we can allow the student to say they not only have a skill, they also are grounding these academics that they're understanding the processes, so we're making a well-rounded student. If you look over here at the next one, it's the same thing. We're applying, so we get in the concept, and then we turn around, we designing and analyzing it, and we got to think so far ahead in this next class that we're analyzing in an electrical and a feedback system, so we're a preventative maintenance. What could happen? I can't just understand what it is. I have to think so much and such great thought that it is what could happen to this process. And manufacturing, if you'll notice, to get to this point took a lot of hands and a lot of machines and a lot of thought of design. And so that's what we're trying to do in the high school. And like she said, I also pilot an 8th grade program. And we're taking those students, and by the time they're getting out into the workforce, they're understanding already what their credentials and what they're supposed to do or what they want to do in life. If you'll, next slide, please. And that's what these CRIs are about. These are career readiness indicators, and kind of give you some understanding of what this is. We go to industry and say, what is the current certifications you have? What would you like to see an employee have at some point in their life? And what we're doing at the high school level and post-secondary, I also have a dual enrollment program where when they leave me, they can have up to 36 hours of college credit graduating high school.
That's fantastic.
So what we're doing is we're very heavy in that pipeline because we need these students when they graduate, we need plugging them into places, and these people are like grabbing them a hold. And so they see our eyes, and they're, again, this dynamic changing, just like the MSSC. Right now, she spoke about the Toyota Mazda place in North Alabama. They will waive 2 years of work experience if you just got this certification. So a high school student starting out at 18 years old can go right into the workforce, and that, because I always hear, they can't hire me because they don't have any work experience. And some of these certifications allow that student a leg up from a lot of people. And another thing this does too, it holds the high school accountable because that's the data that the high school uses to report to the State Department and say, this is how many students got the CRIs. All right, next slide. All right, today I am representing, this is our national colors. I have the red jacket on, the black tie, white shirt.
May I ask, why did you tell Miss West about the red color?
I'll send that out an email, it's kind of bad weather right now, it's ice storm coming in, but this is my heart with this stuff. When you go to industry and you ask the person, if they got a skill, that's cool, but can they do this? Are they nice? Can they get along with their coworkers? So this is some of the main qualities that people from the workforce industries would like to see. So we ground them in personal skills. This is the things like when you go, they know how to talk, shake hands, really make an impression on that person, and then that person gets that grasp that like, this person's trainable. And then we go to work skills, workplace skills. They're like, what does it take to be in the workplace? What do we do in this skill, like industrial maintenance, electronics, robotics? What do we do? So then we go into technical skills and grounding in academics. You have to know math, you have to be able to write papers, you have to be able to understand schematics. This is not easy. And this is what the Skills USA allows us. In any CTSO, and all our career tech organizations have CTSO, not just us. And it allows the student to become that whole employee, that whole person. So yeah, I give you some examples. And this is the reason I really know it works. My students got together, it's like, Mr. Black, we'd like to do something for you. And so they did the paperwork for me, and I was actually Advisor of the Year last year. So I really appreciate that. Shout out to everyone that made that happen, on my students and such. And also, they have the Chapter of Excellence program. This is where my officers get together and say, what can we do for our community? And they turn around and they say, well, let's do this and this. And one of them come up with a project. I actually found a needy family, had 8 kids, mom and dad, and he had a good job. All of a sudden got laid off. No Christmas was fixing to happen. My students got together with some of my advisory committee. I'm really big in my advisory committee, and they said, if you can raise at least $1,000 of food and presents or whatever, we'll donate a car.
Whoa.
So before we knew it, we had over $1,000 worth of food and presents, and these students helped this. You know, it impacted them so much, like, wow, I didn't think one person can do it. You can. One person starts it. Something recent that we had, South Alabama got hit, and a lot of places got hit. I won't just say South Alabama, by Hurricane Sally and Zeta. It tore my place completely apart. But my students, my team was like, hey, Mr. Blackwell, you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Well, what can we do for the community? I said, I don't know. What's some of your ideas? Because I know I got ideas, but you know, I want them to realize they have ideas too. And that's one of the things that this organization does, is allows them to think for themselves and come up with a process. And well, I would come help you, Mr. Blackwell, my chainsaw's messed up. My chainsaw's messed up too. Hey, my chainsaw's messed up too. I was like, I'm saying a trend here. I was like, y'all want to come help, but all right. So we fixed over 100 chainsaws for the community in a week's period of time, where these people could get out there and cut up trees, get trees off the roadways. And my students was right out there doing it, not only learning a skill that was applicable to my program, but it was also helping the community, their grandmas, these people they didn't even know. And just to go around and see them helping people just pick up trash and things like that. And it impacted them so much that they won't ever forget that. And you know, I want them to be able to pay that forward. Chapter of Excellence, but through this program, our students in 2019 won gold, and last year I won silver. And what this is you put everything you did as a community service project, and you put it in, you submit it to the state, and they grade it and allow you to have that competing. And of course, I'm very big into competing and stuff, because I think it's a healthy relationship with going against someone else. You know, you can think you're the best, but you know, if you compete against someone in the state, you know, it makes you better. So, but that's CTSO, and I think next slide is some questions, if you like any questions.
Are there any questions from our board members? Y'all did such a good job.
Oh,
Yes.
Again, I'm very glad to see y'all.
Does it make you want to take manufacturing?
Sure.
You know?
Both, thank you so much, and again,
Thank you. Thank you.
please be sure to share
Good
our
job.
thanks to your entire team with whom you work.
Yes, ma'am, I
Thank
certainly
you.
will.
And your kids, tell them we're thinking of them. That's
Oh,
what we
yeah, I
do.
try to send y'all some pictures all the
Oh,
time.
please do.
Please do.
And next time, send me the email about the red, please.
Oh, I'll get that all right. Y'all have a great day, and thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. Okay, marketing. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Thank you for coming, and we're sorry it's late, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having us.
Who's the clicker? You won.
Hi, I'm Cody Nichols, Business and Marketing Teacher at Crenshaw County Schools Career Academy. This is my third year teaching high school after spending 15 years working in post-secondary education. Ms. Bird and I are very honored to be here representing our fellow Marketing Course of Study committee members who worked very hard over the last year drafting a new course of study. I'll now turn the presentation over to Ms. Bird to get us started.
Hello, I'm Shantae Bird, and I'm a business and marketing teacher and the Finance Academy Director at Shades Valley High School. I've been teaching in Jefferson County for the last 22 years, and we are pleased to present the marketing course of study, proposed marketing course of study to you all.
Well, thank you.
This slide reflects the conceptual framework, which is a graphic representation of the marketing, career cluster, and technical education. The gear illustrates each of the 3 pathways in the marketing cluster, and it includes the marketing, professional sales, and real estate pathways. The blue ring of the gear introduces middle school students to a career exploration level and prepares them for the high school marketing pathway. The orange ring represents the 4 Ps, which are the key concepts in marketing: product, place, price, and promotion. And this provides the foundation of all marketing concepts. The background images within the gear represents the ever-changing components of the marketing industry. This illustration shows Alabama's most in-demand occupations within the marketing cluster from the year of 2019 to 2020, with resale, sales supervisors, and sales representatives and marketing specialists at the top of the list. Occupations in the marketing are projected to grow 6% over the next 10 years. This is faster than the average for all occupations, making the marketing cluster both popular and necessary. Knowledge gained in the marketing cluster can be used in several areas of the business industry. Knowledge of advertising, promotions, and marketing concepts is highly desirable, and these skills are often sought by managers and experienced professionals. Students in the marketing cluster will have rigorous courses that will prepare them for college and career readiness. Students will gain skills that will help them to become competitive both nationally and globally, to understand and meet the needs of the businesses and consumers, and to stay abreast of the ever-changing demands of the business industry. Students will have the opportunity to further their knowledge and enhance their leadership skills by participating in CTSOs such as DECA and FBLA. This slide shows the marketing cluster and the 3 pathways which will guide students to their desired career in the marketing field. The marketing pathway is geared for students who are interested in careers in public relations, communications, and promotion. The professional sales pathway is suitable for students with the art of persuasion and are interested in sales-oriented types of careers. And the real estate sales curriculum is designed for students with the entrepreneurial mindset and that are interested in learning more about the real estate market. Cody will now provide a more in-depth detail about the marketing curriculum and standards and the rigor of our program.
Thank you, Shanta. The marketing pathway offers students a wide selection of marketing courses. Here we see a sample standard for marketing principles course compared with a similar standard from the sports and entertainment marketing course. Notice that the marketing principles course standard focuses on breadth of knowledge, while our sports and entertainment marketing course standard focuses on depth of knowledge in the subject area. For example, the marketing principles course asks students to define and utilize basic marketing terminology, while the sports and entertainment marketing course has students delve deeper into specific marketing functions and terms. Here we see the marketing courses offered under the professional sales pathway noted on the right-hand side of the slide there. This pathway was created very specifically to respond to needs in the area of sales according to the projected in-demand marketing occupation list. It includes several courses that have been revised and updated, as well as several new courses such as customer service and sales, and retail and fashion marketing to help students prepare for a wide variety of sales career paths. These courses are designed to build different but complementary skill sets. The real estate sales pathway represents another new pathway for marketing. Like our professional sales pathway, this pathway was created in response to projected in-demand occupations in the area of real estate sales. We've taken the 2 new real estate sales courses, Introduction to Real Estate and Buying and Selling Real Estate, and pair them with some complementary marketing courses such as entrepreneurship and digital marketing for students who wish to pursue this particular career path. The marketing cluster will offer a variety of CRI opportunities for students. These include the Adobe Certified Associate for programs such as Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign, among others, as well as the Microsoft Office Specialist for Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and Access. Additional certification pathways include the Certified Guest Service Professional, as well as the various certifications available from the Ask Institute. These marketing standards, courses, and pathways have been designed to provide students with the knowledge that will carry them into a variety of careers related to marketing. Here's just kind of a little example of a few marketing-related occupations. On behalf of Ms. Bird and my fellow marketing committee members, we thank you for your time. Do you have any questions of us?
Board members, do you have any questions for these two talented ladies? Well, again, I'm sorry.
One
You go right
suggestion,
ahead.
just a suggestion, under the real estate sales pathway, because I know that's new for us, I think it would be excellent if you touched on fair housing, the history of fair housing and the laws in our country that govern the buying and selling of real property. There's a rich history there of diversity, and what the United States of America put forward in the buying and selling of real property, where it began, would surprise our students, especially in today's climate. And then also the ethical standards of anyone who goes to work in the real estate industry. It has a totally separate set of ethical standards because you are dealing with the buying and selling of real property. And so because it's new, I would just suggest that. It's my profession, and so I think that that's important for students to understand.
Okay, we'll go back and
It's
take
not
a-
just glitz.
Understand. We'll go back and take a look and make sure
Right.
it's adequate.
Yeah, make sure that's in there. Thank
Well,
you.
and I would compliment you on the digital marketing.
Yes.
Each time, because technology and marketing, especially with what we are going through right now, the being able to market using devices is a lot different than when I was, coming up, so.
Well, we really tried not to lock in any particular technology because, the previous course of study was written in 2008. If we were gonna talk about social media then, we'd have probably said MySpace.
Right.
And, kids today have no idea what that is. So we really tried to keep it as broad as we could to talk about whatever's existing at the time, because who knows?
It's changing every day.
I'm so glad you had it, like in all three.
Yes.
Well, and that was one thing, we did have quite some debate over what should be and everything. We're like, everyone needs to know digital marketing. That's the way of the world.
I agree, thank
Right.
you.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate your hard work, and would you be sure to share with your other co-workers that we are very appreciative, because we know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into it. Did anybody else have a question? I heard some background, I'm sorry. Thank you, ladies, and be careful going home.
Thank you, thank you.
We have one more.
Yes?
Hello.
Oh, are you a loner?
I have a virtual partner.
Oh,
I'll just take the next one.
all right, go ahead and start, and would you please introduce yourself to
Yes,
us, please?
good afternoon. I'm Audrey Marshall. I'm the Work-Based Learning Coordinator from Auburn City Schools, and it is a pleasure to be here on behalf of all the Work-Based Learning Coordinators from around the state of Alabama. With me today, virtually, is my cohort Tiffany Stonecipher from Muscle Shoals City School System.
Okay.
And Tiffany, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Tiffany Stonecipher with Muscle Shoals City Schools. This is my 11th year with the Work-Based Learning Program here. It's what we are truly passionate about, and we're so excited to be here with you and share with you all of the work that our committee has done for you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The CTA conceptual framework pictured here depicts work-based learning as the bridge that connects the educational system to college and the workforce. The 16 robust Alabama CT clusters represented by the gears beneath the bridge are connected by the CTE cog, which interlocks our secondary, post-secondary, and workforce stakeholders. The continuum both on and beneath the bridge emphasize that work-based learning consists.
Oh, that's his wife, sorry.
Oh, okay.
You can keep going.
Okay.
Unless
Well, that work-based learning consists of a continuum of activities that promote awareness, exploration, preparation, and training. As a capstone course taken by juniors and seniors, work-based learning experiences extend learning extend learning opportunities for all CTE pathways. Students completing work-based learning will be well prepared for further study and employment. And next slide, please, Tiffany.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. The courses we reviewed are listed on this slide, providing a progression from 6th through 12th grades. Courses include career explorations, career preparedness, and workforce readiness. Career explorations, formerly career cluster explorations, enable students to explore career opportunities by becoming aware of the importance of basic technology, work ethics, communication skills, the value of work, leadership skills, and basic employability skills. Career preparedness focuses on 3 integrated areas of instruction: academic planning and career development, financial literacy, and technology. Workforce readiness, formerly workforce essentials, provides students with higher level academic and occupational skills that are transferable across jobs and occupational areas. Work-based learning content is provided throughout all courses, which includes middle school. Standards are not given for work-based learning placements because those students follow their individual training plans and is experiential learning at its finest. Next slide, please.
All right, the Work-Based Learning Manual is the document that guides the implementation of career-ready content for students involved in work-based learning. As previously mentioned, standards were not specifically developed for the work-based learning course. Instead, the training plan that you see here is utilized to address skills acquisitions for specific job tasks. Work-based learning training plans first extend or expand on standards taught in CT courses. 2, they are not a one-stop shop in that they are individualized for each student. And 3, they document experiential learning by addressing the why students are learning and actually what they're learning. Content taught in work-based learning is derived from all CT areas and focus on employment. Additional resources used to provide guidance to coordinators and to document student learning include, and you'll see the example stated here, that would be the training plan, which you see here. Child labor laws, we look at things there to develop that also. The training agreement, which is the document that the parents, the students, the administrators at each school, and the employer have to sign in order to agree that this training is to take place. And then the site visits, which are very exciting to us as coordinators because it allows us to go out there and actually see our children working in the community and adding to economic development around our state. And then we have the employer skills evaluations, which are always exciting to me to see because at the end of the day, you're actually documenting and seeing that that child is learning. Okay? And then work-based learning does complement the processes that are used to instruct students in other CT areas by allowing the students to apply and extend their knowledge base. This learning is methodically documented by coordinators, and the placement data is shared with local and state agencies to document secondary students' contribution to economic development in the state of Alabama. And that is another exciting thing. And next slide.
Well, that needs applause. That's very
Yes, it
good.
does.
Very good.
Thank you. The definition of work-based learning in Perkins 5 is sustained interactions with industry or community professionals in real workplace settings to the extent practicable or simulated environments at an educational institution that foster in-depth first-hand engagement with the tasks required of a given career field that are aligned to curriculum and instruction. Next slide, please. The continuum consists of awareness, exploration, preparation, and training, which is implemented in middle school CTE courses, high school CTE courses, and work-based learning. The gears represented on this slide show how our courses work together. This leads to our students' future successes in college and career. On behalf of the Work-Based Learning Course of Study Committee, we thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Any questions by my board members? Excellent job, ladies. Thank you so kindly for your hard work. And please share with your team how appreciative we are.
Definitely. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good afternoon.
Thank you, virtual lady.
Dr. Hall, before you leave.
I'm not leaving.
Don't leave.
Well, can I make one request? Several of the presenters with Career Tech mentioned 8th grade courses in CTE. Is there a way we could get a report on how many are currently done? Because I'm excited about that, introducing that at an earlier age.
Absolutely.
And
That's an initiative that I'm really pushing, is that I think in career tech, we need to do a better job of building from the bottom up.
I do too, yes.
As a former high school principal, you see these large marching bands on Friday nights. Those kids don't get those trumpets in the 9th grade.
Right.
No,
Start
that's
early.
right.
So we've got to do similar kind of approach in career tech. So that's something we're working towards, expanding into middle grades. I think is very important. But we
Well,
can
I'd
get you a
love to
list
see
of
it.
exactly what we've got right now.
And where they are, because I'd
Absolutely.
like to see if there's some holes out there.
Absolutely.
But
I
thank
was,
you.
I was thinking of the Ansti kits that our
Oh, yeah.
teachers use, and I've been down on the floor watching children making circuits,
Yes.
electrical circuits, and I thought, you know, if you can connect that lower grade level.
Some places are, yes.
You know, all the way up, so.
Yeah, we're gonna really try to use STEM as the driving force. We have so much going on in the STEM cluster. And we can insert that across the board in middle schools to help expand that concept into all the clusters.
Right.
So, yes.
Right.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wait 1 minute.
Ms. Ziegler,
Dr. Reynolds, are you trying to say something?
yes, I am. I would
All right.
like to commend. this
A little
last
louder.
presentation. I would like to commend this last presentation as being so clear and so easy to understand if the state board adopts this curriculum compared to others that I've seen presented, which seem to be vague and not prepared to be specific in their answers. And I know with STEM and as an old career tech teacher, I appreciate the depth and breadth of this presentation. It's admirable.
Well, look at you.
Thank you.
And would you share that with them that just
I
left,
sure will.
please? That way, because
And look, and I've got to tell you, most of the work was done before I probably got here and got settled in, because this is work that started early last year. So, you know,
Well-
Dr. Boyd oversaw a good deal.
well, Dr. Boyd, be sure to share that with the
Well,
team.
we will.
Thank you.
And I think we'll be remiss if we didn't recognize.
Yes.
Science, CT, any subject, who does an outstanding job, so.
Absolutely. Dr. Boyd, are you doing the next one?
Yes, ma'am, I am. And the next one deals, it's number 6. It is the resolution to receive recommendations of the State Textbook Committee for adoption of textbooks for career and technical education clusters, which includes agriculture, food and natural resources, law, public safety, corrections, security, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. So as you probably know, this is a 4-month-long process. So today is not an official discussion about the material. It's just the standard procedure where we share this information. During the March 11th board meeting, the board will vote to officially receive recommendations of State Textbook Committee for adoption regarding the textbooks for CTE. So in your packet, you should have received information in it, and the information that you receive regarding the textbook should be confidential. And it's, of course, information you don't want to share.
It does.
I
So-
don't want hard labor, so thank you.
Okay, good.
More than fun.
You're no fun anymore.
So the day after the board meeting in March, on the 12th, we'll have the public examination process, which is for 30 days. We'll get comments from the public regarding that. And then on April the 8th, during the work session, the CTE chairperson will present information regarding the CTE textbooks, similar to what we did with mathematics. And on May the 13th, at the board meeting, At that particular time, public comments can be made if someone chooses to do so. And the board will have the opportunity to approve or reject the CT materials that are recommended by the committee.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
And while we're on this topic also, I'd like to also thank Dr. Jones for the work that
Yes,
she does
Dr.
with the
Jones,
textbook
thank
committee. Really appreciate it, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the next step.
All right. Our
Okay.
next item is item number 7. It's the resolution in response to components to the Alabama Literacy Act regarding educator assessment requirements. And Dr. Denise Peacock is walking up here. She's here there. Let me share a little bit about Dr. Peacock. Truly an awesome lady. She's been here at the State Department for 7 years, works closely with Dr. Myers. They do exceptional work. She has 21 years in education, and she was a former elementary teacher, a reading specialist, and also a reading coach and instructional coach. So it's good to have you here with us today, and good to have you here at the department, Dr. Peacock.
Thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. I'm lucky number 7.
Yes.
I don't know whether to say good afternoon or good evening, or, when is the pizza coming, or, whatever.
Hey, y'all, come on.
So anyway, thank you for your attention. I know it's been a long day, and I do appreciate that so very much. I kind of laughed when I was listening to the career tech introduction because it was so similar to my introduction in stating that it was a year ago that I sat before you guys and we began talking about that foundational reading assessment. It was February of 2020. We talked about the importance of making sure that Alabama had the best reading assessment, and we set off with a project of looking and reviewing those assessments. Shortly thereafter, we moved into a global pandemic. So, I think everyone's story is the same, and it looks like we're finally getting through some of those things, so it is exciting. I am really glad to share with you what we have been doing for the past year in the midst of this global pandemic. And I want you to know that the focus of our research was to look for the most appropriate foundations of reading tests to be used with our elementary, our early childhood, and our collaborative special education teachers. So even through everything, we've remained focused on that task. I would like to recognize Mark Dixon and the subcommittee of the Literacy Task Force that worked with me on this. They volunteered countless hours and worked tirelessly on this project as we looked to review these assessments. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to know all of those members of the committee and truly look forward to our very frequent Zoom sessions that we attended over the last 7 months. So I'm going to miss all of them. So if they're listening, thank you again. Heartfelt thank you to all of you for your time. I will go ahead and begin going through the overview. I know that you guys are tired and your brain is full, so I'll be as brief as I can possibly be. I'll start with an overview. I have the clicker.
Yes.
I'm not self-sufficient. Can't trust me with these things. As I said before, the foundational reading assessment is a precondition to initial certification for the areas of elementary education. That's our grades K to 6, early childhood, which would be our grades P to 3, and early childhood special education for grades K to 6. When we met in February of 2020, we were discussing moving from the Praxis 5204, which was the teaching reading assessment that went for grades K to 12, to the new teaching reading elementary, which was specific to grades K to 6. We discussed then that we felt like this test was more closely aligned with what our elementary and early childhood teachers needed to know, and you guys were very gracious and you did agree to do that, but you also made the request that we begin a review process to make sure that we had the best test. So we did. March 2020, you guys did affirm that 5205 test, and that's when we began looking at appropriate assessments that we should consider. We narrowed it down to the Praxis 5205, which was the current test, and then the Foundations of Reading test, which is the test that is the Massachusetts test that is actually administered by Pearson Evaluation System Group, or the Evaluation Systems Group of Pearson, sorry. So we started our evaluation process in July of 2020. There were a few months in there as we were all trying to figure out what we were supposed to do with this pandemic. before we got started, but we did jump in July of 2020. The subcommittee was formed and they began the process of going through the two different tests. They started with developing a rubric, and there was a lot of good conversation with a lot of experts that were on the committee with that. We had representation from our K-12 area, we had representation from higher education, and we also had representation from this board. And so there was a lot of good conversation in developing that rubric. Once the rubric was in place, then they began to look at various sessions with those two vendors. And the vendors were very good about answering questions, providing documentation, and we had several very informative and lengthy Zoom sessions throughout that process. In the beginning, we were looking at sample questions from both vendors. We decided in the end that maybe those sample questions weren't quite enough and that we would really like to have some live test questions. And that was a little bit more intricate to work out, but they were able to do that for us. We did secure Zoom sessions with both vendors where they actually put up live test questions, and the task force members were able to make notes and score based on those live test questions. So to me, that was a very exciting part of this review process, to be looking at real questions. That rubric is in your packet. If you've taken time to look at it, it's fairly lengthy, so I did not put it on these slides here. I just did some bulleted points so that you would know what was covered in there. You know, it's science of reading, period, textbook definition. We looked at phonological awareness, phonemic awareness. We looked at phonics, both encoding and decoding, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, of course, struggling readers, and then the big push now was looking at the standards alignment with the International Dyslexia Association standards. So that was important to the task force group, and of course, it's also important to you guys as a board and to me as I sit in my position with educator assessment. The next slide will show the results of that, and I know you're a numbers guy, Dr. Boyd, so I know you love this slide. But this is actually the consolidated summary that was prepared after all of the rubrics were scored. There was a total possible of 189 in a perfect world with a perfect score, and you can see here the Foundations of Reading Pearson test versus the ETS 5205. The 2 points, obviously, from this, numbers are numbers and numbers do not lie, but the Foundations of Reading test did score higher overall and on all sections of the rubric. And all committee members also scored the Foundations of Reading test higher on their individual rubrics. So we felt like we had a good, strong case for making a change based on the information provided after it was scored. And if you can think of anything else, you're welcome to jump in. I'm good at talking.
How you doing, great?
Okay, now here's the hiccup. The Foundations of Reading 190 is a brand new test. It's so brand new that it's not even a test yet. It's not out there. So the test that's currently being used is the Foundations of Reading 90, and I know you guys can't really see that, I'm sorry, but I'm certainly not tech savvy enough to move anything, so just hang with me. But this is the 90 test is the test that's currently used in Massachusetts as well as in several other states. It's owned by Massachusetts. The new 190 test will be the same. It is also a test that's owned by Massachusetts. It is administered by the evaluation system group of Pearson. That is the same vendor that we use right now for EdTPA. So we already have a relationship with this vendor. We work well with them. We have wonderful representatives that are there to help us with anything that we need. Been very pleased with our relationship with that particular vendor. They are beginning the process now with this new 190 test of making it real and official and all those good things. This past Monday, they started the operational assessment, which is available to candidates in Massachusetts, and that, of course, will be linked to the information that will be viewed during their formal standard setting study, which will happen on March the 30th. Now, that standard setting study and the passing, or the establishment of a passing score is a Massachusetts thing. It will be done with Massachusetts educators, and it will be looking at data from Massachusetts candidates. As an Alabama girl, I didn't really like that much.
We are really used to, with our relationship with ETS, we are always involved in standard setting studies. They send out letters when they're getting ready to change a test or change a score. They ask for representatives from states to come and be a part of that. We are always involved in that. We send representatives from our K-12 as well as from our higher education in the various areas. So if we had a new social studies test, we would send social studies experts to that standard setting study. So Denise needed a little more information on that point. I needed to know that we were going to be taken care of in Alabama if we made this change. So I did speak directly with our representatives and I said, okay, what can we do to make this, Alabama, to make it what we need? And they did come up with 2 points that I think are very reasonable and workable that I do like. The first would be to facilitate a review here based on the recommended score in Massachusetts. So they would go through that process with us. They would talk with us about the establishment of that score. We would look at our standards, and we could make a decision based on that information on whether we wanted to go with the Massachusetts score, if we wanted to do what some of the other states have done, where we look at going 1 or 2 standard deviations below that to start, maybe look at a tiered system as far as starting in one place and then slowly moving up. So lots of choices with bullet 1. The second one I really liked as well, and that would be to collaborate with the State Department here and conduct a formal standard setting study for Alabama based on our needs. So they made me happy with bullets 1 and 2, and so I told them we could proceed. Now, if we implement this test, how and what will we be using it for? It's going to be used in the same 3 areas that we're currently using the 5205 teaching reading elementary test now. That would be our elementary teachers, our early childhood P3, and our collaborative K6. This would be for initial certification. If they are enrolled in a program, they're completing one of those areas in initial certification now, it would be for individuals unconditionally admitted to an ed prep program beginning September 1, 2022 and thereafter. Likewise, we have other approaches that we also award certification through. And so with those other approaches, we would go with that same date for the purposes of consistency. I answer a lot of emails from parents that are confused and students that are confused. So I've learned in my 3 years in this role that if we can set definite dates and we can have very black and white rules, it really helps to level the playing field and keep people from being confused about what they're supposed to do. So likewise, any applications that came into our certification section from September 1, 2022 and thereafter would be required to have this new test. And then finally, anyone who has allowed their certificate to lapse and they're seeking reinstatement, that does happen sometimes, they would also be required to have this new test if the application came in after September 1 of 2022. As far as that implementation goes, and Dr. Mackey and I did speak about this a little bit, I know this is something we want to move on as soon as we can, but at the same time, we want to make good decisions. We want to be sure that we give time for our colleges and universities to prepare. We are in the middle of working through the Barksdale study right now, and we've got some great data that I think we're going to have based on that review that will also be very beneficial to our colleges as well as to the students that are coming through these programs, and of course trickling down to our students as they're learning to read in school. So I think those 2 points lend themselves to moving through this carefully and making good, slow choices. And then finally, what I don't want to avoid, and this is from the role that I sit in and trying to be sure that I'm helping people to understand their requirements. When someone starts in a college program, I tend to think of that as their contract date. So if I am starting in a program in elementary education and you admit me today, whatever the rules are that I'm admitted under, we talked about contracts earlier, that's my contract. And so what I don't want to see happen would be those that are already in a program, they've already started, they've passed all of the required tests that we have in place now, they've spent that money, or they have studied and prepared to pass that test. And then we change the rules on them in the middle. So that's why I feel like this is a good solid date.
I think this will be beneficial, and I'm very excited about learning more. I'm excited about working with Pearson and getting started on this with you. So I will take questions, anything that you want to know that I can help with.
Do we have any board questions?
They've gone to sleep.
Don't wake them up. It's like the baby, don't wake that baby up.
But Dr. Peacock.
Yes.
If a student started fall 2022,
Yes.
then assuming they graduate in 4 years, then that would be, so it would be 2026.
They wouldn't be starting to college.
College
They would be
College.
being admitted
Oh,
into
okay.
the educator
Okay,
preparation
okay.
program. That usually happens around the junior
Okay, okay.
year-ish. So
So we
they
could
would
start
be
looking like
well
2024.
into their
Yes.
college coursework. They would just not be officially admitted to education.
Okay. And do most colleges of education have a time, like, for example, you couldn't be in a college of education program for 10 years? And then,
I'm sure there's
so
some
they
Dr.
usually,
Ryan.
I mean, I know with our majors, like, we would say the catalog, if you take past a certain number of years,
Right.
you start over. You know, you may
Right.
be taking one class a semester, but
Right.
at a certain point in time,
Dr. Meyer might be able to help.
I was gonna say, she is definitely at prep and I am definitely at assessment, so I'm gonna let her answer that question.
Usually if they're admitted to a program and haven't finished within 4 years, they need to be reevaluated again. Some of the courses may not count, some may, but there's no such thing as a 4-year college degree for more than about 5% of students. But admission usually happens after the sophomore year. If they haven't finished in 4 years, they do a reevaluation.
that's good. I would just not, I wouldn't want to think that somebody was in there and then
Yes.
10 years from now taking the practice because they didn't, they started before this date.
Yes, yes. No, this would just be admission into professional education
Thank
for one
you.
of those areas. Sure, sure. Any other questions? Okay, well, I'm very excited to be a part of this. Thank you all for hanging out with us and
Thank you for all the work that went into that.
It's been a pleasure, and like I said, it was just really a phenomenal group. Mark is a phenomenal guy. I've had a good time getting to know all of them.
They know the other day.
And we're all so lonely right now. You look forward to
No,
those Zoom
and
sessions.
that
Oh, I
is,
can't wait to get on and talk to somebody.
Dr.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dr. Peacock, thanks.
No, we're not saying the best is last, but we're gonna say the best is last.
Well, whenever Dr. Peacock says it was fun on the phone for 6 hours looking at the questions, it might be a matter of
I know.
I really should have included Dr. Stritchett in this. She and I go way back. We were Autauga County teachers together. I taught her children, and I can't think of a more phenomenal early childhood teacher than Dr. Stritchett. She is fabulous.
Well, good. All right, carry on, Dr. Stritchett.
All right, well, you just had your introduction.
We're done.
She has 27 years' experience. She's been with us for about 8 months. She works with the early childhood education program for about 8 years, so we're fortunate to have her here. So we're on item number 9, item number 8, which is resolution in response to components of the Alabama Literacy Act requiring summer reading assessment. Dr. Stritchett.
And I'm just gonna give you a quick update of what has been done this year because it has been, the first day I walked into ARI, I didn't even really get to meet anyone because Dr. Davis was on a treadmill and everyone else was on their own treadmill. It has been a fun ride and it's been busy and it's been exciting. So, and working with Dr. Peacock and Mark, who is our chair, I guess he herds cats on the literacy task force, and I'm one of those cats. But he does a really good job with that. He does a really good job with that. But as many of you know, the Literacy Act specifies certain groups that have to that work together. One being the superintendent, the school board, the literacy task force, the committee for grade level reading, the campaign for grade level reading, higher ed, the Alabama Commission on Higher Ed. Anyone else, Mark, that I'm forgetting? Okay. Yeah, that is a lot, that is a lot. But, so this is our roadmap. This is what ARI put together When they looked at the Literacy Act and they said, we have to make this digestible for LEAs and for the general population, they put together this roadmap. And so anything we do in ARI now is really centered around this roadmap. And it's very true to word because of all of those agencies I just spoke to you about. We have collective leadership. And I think that someone spoke earlier of the action plan for literacy birth to grade 12. And that came from the committee from grade level reading. And that is like a live document that's a resource for teachers and educators. We actually, I think Dr. Davis referred to it last week in her Midweek Matters. No, that's Dr. Mackey's Midweek Matters. But your newsletter to curriculum instruction with a link to some of our Science of Reading trainings. And so ARI refers to this and uses this a lot. The Department of Early Childhood and Governor Ivey came out with the Campaign for Grade Level Reading. And the Campaign for Grade Level Reading is a framework, and in that Campaign for Grade Level Reading, it's got one of the focuses is school readiness. And in the recommendations, it was a recommendation that the state adopt a kindergarten entry assessment. And so last year, 3 agencies, meaning the Department of Early Childhood, our agency, Department of Education, and Department of Human Resources, got together to adopt ALAKids to assess our kindergarten students on kindergarten readiness. And they also look at preventing chronic absenteeism, and they look at increasing summer learning opportunities and childhood health. ARI has put together several family resources. You'll see the Family Guide for Student Reading Success. Many school systems, as they're having conferences with their families, they're printing these off and giving them to families because it gives activities that families can do with their child, backpack things that can go for each grade. So if you haven't seen it, check out our website. It's some really good resources. Up until this date, and I'll look at Mark too to make sure that I have gotten everything, the Literacy Task Force has recommended early literacy screeners. They have recommended intervention and dyslexia-specific programs, and they've recommended the foundational reading assessment. The state superintendent, when you go through the Literacy Act, has many duties, and I can tell Dr. Mackey has been very busy this year, convening a standing task force. We've hired over 50 ARI regional literacy specialists, those people that go into the schools and work with those LEAs and those building-based reading coaches. He submitted an annual report that is on our website if you haven't gone to the website to see it. Determine and improve alternative standardized reading assessment, and more information will be coming about that one. Provided guidelines for administering the Alabama Summer Achievement Program, which is fully funded for those schools that are at the bottom 5%. We're currently about to release from ARI a implementation guide for those summer programs. Develop a dyslexia therapist certification endorsement. I'm not going to read all the way through this because I think that you have most of it. But and develop family resources. In the next few weeks, there'll be a flyer that goes to all families in Alabama with questions and answers about the Literacy Act. The State Board of Education, I believe it was November 2019, approved a dyslexia therapist certification endorsement, and we get kudos. Thank you, Dr. Meyer, for that. That is very exciting news. It happened before I got here. Well, it did happen. Yeah, it did happen before I got here. So when I got here, that was the first thing I heard from our Dyslexia Advisory Council, that they were so excited that this had happened. The Literacy Act also specifies that you will approve a dyslexia-specific intervention as defined by the rule of the State Board of Education, which says it shall be provided to students who have the characteristic of dyslexia. And there's the administrative code there. Someone in ARI had to remind me the other day that the code is for K-12 and the Literacy Act is for K-3. And I was like, you're right. Thank you for that reminder.
We also had to require the 9 hours of science of reading.
That's right. I need to add that. I need to add one of the things to the Literacy Task Force too. Good. We have required our programs to self-enter data within our Cavion portal. And we use that data to plan for professional development in the state and to plan for coaching communities. Our educators have been involved in letters. We just started our fourth, I think, cohort with 1,000 educators involved in that. We have our Nine House, which leads to that CALT certification. We also have Shelton that leads to it as well, and I forgot to put that on here. Our Alabama Reading Initiative modules, we're working closely. We had a call today with our regional in-service centers. We're redoing our conceptual framework with those Reading Initiative modules and aligning them with those letters modules in the Science of Reading. So that's exciting work. It's more of an introduction to the Science of Reading. We really want our teachers all to be involved in letters. That is that gold standard. But we have a wait list. And so people are eager. They want to do something. And so we're pointing them to other things that they can do in articles and participate in our modules. We're also working with our regional in-service centers on dyslexia simulation training. Our administrators are volunteering all the time with lunch and learns. Our leaders out in the field, those regional specialists, are providing those to our curriculum instruction and principals within the field. We're going to be releasing at the end of the month round 2 of the implementation guide. And in that, we have taken a lot of our suggestions from superintendents and locals and provided some flow charts, some guidance, some suggestions on interpreting the law. And there's some of our family resources. A family member can't really come to a student reading improvement plan without walking away and learning what that child needs at that particular minute. So I think as a mom, when I would get a report card, if my child had a C, I didn't know how to go home and help that child. But now with the student reading improvement plan, the teacher is saying your child is struggling in fluency, and then providing activities to that mom or to that father to work with that child at home. So the student reading improvement plans are really key to help those families. Dr. Peacock just spoke of the Pearson test, the teacher test at the end of the teacher prep program. Many of our educator preparation programs are involved in letters. Their instructors are going through it, and some of the students are going through it. Our Barksdale Reading Institute has just begun. I think they have called every dean in the state, are we right, Dr. Meyer? And introduced themselves. We're gathering information. We had our initial call with them. It was interesting because she was telling us all the credentials of the people that she's hired, and they're from Texas all the way to New York and in between, retired professionals that have worked at universities and done research on the science of reading. And so I know we're going to get some really rich information from them, and we're going to have some really good graduates coming out. Our ARI state staff are not immune to professional learning, so we're involved in several studies, one being from the University of Alabama. They're doing a survey of our K-3 teachers and getting feedback from them on how we can improve things that we're working on. We're working with the Public Affairs Research Council of Alabama, PARCA, and they're doing a study and focus groups in the state. They're actually going to be making a dashboard after the first year where you can pull up reading initiative data and retention. I don't know if you'll be able to pull up proficiency rates in different parts of the state. One of the things we ask is that we please have monthly meetings with PARCA as they're building this study and as they're doing the study, because what they're learning can inform what we're doing, and we want to make sure that we're continuously improving. I feel like I'm talking fast. We're also working with the University of Alabama, Birmingham. They're looking at matching some of our data to do a study on letters. Several employees at our department are working with the vendors to make sure that we get access to the actual data, and we won't have to have it self-reported from LEAs. And many LEAs are very excited about that because it's very time-consuming to go in and enter that data. This is an example of one of the things that will come out in our implementation guide. We were hearing that many LEAs were given that universal screener and then instantly sending a note home, a student reading improvement plan, and we needed to clarify that there needed to be some instruction in the middle. There needed to be some tier 1 instruction. There needed to be some tier 2 instruction. And so this pathway shows that. And then I put a little arrow because of summer reading camp. That's hot on the list right now, and that's one of the things we're going to be providing some Zooms and some professional development on, is those reading camps. According to the Literacy Act, it has to be scientifically based reading instruction and intervention. It must follow the science of reading. And right here's the role of the State Department of Ed. We will provide funding for ASAP. So ASAP is our bottom 5%, our fully funded schools. We have ARI regional literacy specialists that are now 12-month, and they will be actually in those programs collecting data, working with the coaches, working with the teachers, providing professional development. And the State Department will provide a template for summer learning plans, and will also provide a spreadsheet for recording progress monitoring data, because we want to see if what we're doing works. We want to have some pre-data at the beginning of the summer, and we want to have some post-data at the end of the summer. And thinking of that, we want to try to make it as easy as possible for those LEAs. So we want them to use whatever assessment they're currently using. If they're using Renaissance, let's continue to use that this summer. So we can take that end of the year score and look, and that can be your pre-score. And then we can use Renaissance to do progress monitoring during the summer, and then at the end of the summer have a post-score, and then we can even look into the following year. So the teachers are familiar with the assessment, they don't have to go through training again, and the students are familiar with it, and the families are familiar with those reports that are going out. Here's just a breakdown. Someone asked the other day, how are you ensuring that they're doing what they have to do with the money? And so that's important. And so one of the things that I worked with Dr. Davis on is implementing implementation monitoring, where we're having LEAs submit things to us. And so our second quarter, they will be submitting their summer reading camp plans to us. They work on that now with our reading specialist out in the field. And then quarter 3, they'll provide their proposed plan and budget, and then their actual expenditures and data on quarter 4. And there's just an example, I won't go over it because you have it, of how we did our full support schools and our limited support schools. And based on the Literacy Act, it had to be based on those students that were deficient from the prior year. And so that's the data we used. And if we're looking ahead, the Literacy Task Force will provide recommendations for a core reading program. They're going to be designating community-based summer programs and establishing criteria for minimum essential standards. The superintendent will provide guidelines for the implementation of the reading portfolio, ACAP, acceptable score, establish criteria for minimum essential standards, so that's kind of a shared task between the Literacy Task Force and the state superintendent. Develop and approve dyslexia therapist endorsement incentive, provide phase 2 of the Alabama Literacy Act implementation guide, and provide Alabama's MTSS support. And then your job as a state board is to approve the foundational reading assessment and approve a reading assessment system administered at the beginning and end of the summer reading camp to measure student progress. So we've got a busy year ahead. Any questions?
No.
Oh, of course I did.
Well, she asked me and I said yes.
One, campaign for grade level reading.
Mhm.
Years ago, I can't even remember when it was, but they had UAB analyze the data of summer reading camps. I don't know how they did it. I don't know if that's something we would want to explore, what they looked at, their rubric of their criteria and that kind of
I
thing.
helped do that, so I remember.
But I don't, it's just something to consider.
Yes, and a lot of what we found in that study is included in our recommendations for summer
Good,
camp.
because I
Because what we
remember
did
some
is
of it was disappointing.
we looked at a camp that had like a half a day where they just did literacy. I mean, it was very intense literacy, teacher to child. And then we looked at another camp, same population, same socioeconomic of children and everything. It was a full day, and they did intense literacy instruction, but in the afternoon, they did enrichment activities. And what we saw was the same amount of growth, but this one over here was more expensive with the intensive, and the absentee rate was so high. Whereas over here, the attendance rate was high. The families were involved, and I think there was actually more growth in their skills than it was the drill and skill over here. And this program also included math. So they had literacy, math, and enrichment, and they showed more growth. So.
Well, and remember, one was taught by certified teachers.
That's right.
One was not, and the one that was not had higher growth.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, they thought that probably a lot of the results came about because there wasn't transportation provided. And so I hope, that we're offering funding for transportation.
We did.
For these, 5%. But yes, we're gonna vote on those tests, the pre-test and the pro-test I can't even say, I can't talk now either, but, for the summer reading. And so that's this year, and we'll continue to use, as I understand it, the 6 that have already been approved.
For summer?
For summer. So they will be able to use, if we approve it.
Yeah, that's right.
One of the 6.
Is that what it says,
That's
Dr.
right.
Court? Yes.
Is-
But
am I
those could
understanding
change
right?
That's
because
Exactly.
because we have to reassess those every
It's every
couple of
year.
years. Every year, yeah,
Yes,
every
an
year they have to
annual review.
revet them. Every 2 years, the legislature, and so remember, there's 2 different things. Those reading assessments are not paid for. But then we have separately, reading assessments that were already, but pre the Alabama Literacy Act, we were getting money for reading and math assessments. That was something we were already working on. So once the Literacy Act passed, what we did at the department is to marry those 2 together so that districts didn't have one assessment paid for by the legislature and yet have to do another assessment that they would have to pay for out of their local funds. And now teachers are managing 2 different sets of assessments that measure the same thing. So we married those together, which gave the districts then money to pay for the assessment required in the Literacy Act and what the Literacy Task Force was doing. So, but the original RFP was for 2 years. So the Literacy Act says the Literacy Task Force has to review them and revet them annually. Obviously, you don't want to change. Every year you don't want a different assessment. But the RFP, and thus the contract, is only good for 2 years. So that will have to be redone, I think, in 21 or in 22 also. So, and what we'll do is try to marry all those things up, because if our locals had to manage all this, they would be pulling their hair out crazy. So we've got to marry, within ARI and assessment and the state's contract structure, we have to marry those things up so they don't have to deal with all that. So all that's to say, you're right. What the resolution says is, as those change, the 6 that they're using during the school year, what we use for summer school would change to go with it. Now, so I think this is right. We actually had some that changed this year, some districts, because districts can move. So some of them chose one that they used for a year, and then they didn't like that one. And so when this year, they came back and said, we're going to use a different one, still off the list so that it gets paid for, but we want to use something different. So, but this would mean that when they shifted and said, we're going to go from product A to product B, well, then in your summer school, you're also going from A to B so that they stay married together. Is that?
I just
may
want
have
it to
made
be
it more
clear that
confusing.
we're approving it for this year, but next year we would have to vote again and approve it for next year, because possibly the list of assessments that are approved by you and the task force could change. And so it's an annual approval process.
Now, the way it's written, it would say as those change, the summer one would automatically change with it. So you would not have to vote again, because so if we have products A, B, C, D, E, F now, and they change, the next year they were A, B, D, E, F, H, and I, then the way the resolution's worded, those would A, B, D.
I'm gonna have to read it again.
So
Yeah,
you would
F, I would automatically
put a
become the
vendor's
new
name.
ones.
You would
No,
just
I
say-
would never
Yeah,
put-
then
no,
you
no.
just say whatever's approved
Right,
for the
right.
school year is also in the summer.
Right, yeah, I wouldn't want to put a vendor's name, but
Yeah.
yes. But I do want to follow the law.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that's.
And help teachers. If we
And,
had to
oh my God, yes, that's the whole
change
point of
to-
everything, to
yeah,
help the teachers
a
and the
different
students.
assessment in the summer than they have in the school year, they may kill us.
They may anyway.
Okay, any other questions? You sure?
Any other
That's a good
questions?
question.
Thank you very kindly.
Pizza's on its way.
A drive is on its way.
Yeah, well, I think so. We're good. We'll,
That will be the end of our meeting. We appreciate everybody staying with us. I'm sorry for our first two board members coming in, that is so long. But we'll do better next month, maybe. But anyhow, good night. And everybody who's driving home, drive home safely. And those that are already at home, God bless. We miss seeing y'all and so hope to see you soon. Good night, everybody.
Be safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah, I gotta go down.